My name's John. I'm from Ivan.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to extend our warm welcome to the Mayor, councillors, council staff and all the members of the public joining us online and in person. Tonight we will be live streaming this meeting on Facebook, YouTube and the Banyule Council website. We kindly ask everyone to please ensure your mobile phones are switched off or muted to avoid any interruptions during the meeting. We'll be going live in 30 seconds. Thank you.
Welcome all to the June 2025 Council meeting. I open the meeting at 7 p.m. Our meeting is being held on the traditional land of the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people, and on behalf of Banyule City Council, I acknowledge them as the traditional custodians. I'd also like to pay my respects to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander elders past, present and emerging, and those who are with us this evening. Our community is made up of diverse cultures, beliefs, abilities, bodies, sexualities, ages and genders. We are committed to access, participation and rights for everyone. Principles which empower, foster harmony and increase the well-being of an inclusive community. I will now pass on to the Chief Executive Officer, Ms Alison Beckwith, who will read out the formalities.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome all to this ordinary meeting of Council. As Mayor indicated, my name is Alison Beckwith and I'm the CEO of Banyule Council. Tonight's meeting is being held in person in accordance with the provisions of Council's governance rules and the Local Government Act 2020. The meeting is also being live streamed via Council's website and Facebook page. Due to the recent introduction of the Facebook Live video storage policy, the live stream to Facebook will be automatically deleted after 30 days. However, the live stream will be available on Council's website and YouTube. The live stream is not interactive, so any comments or private messages directed to us while the stream is live will not be presented to the Council group or have any bearing on the conduct of tonight's meeting. Council does have a request to speak method, and this continues to allow participation of our residents without having to attend meetings in person. I'll now take you through some rules of our public participation during tonight's meeting. Public question time will occur at the conclusion of this evening's meeting. If a member of the public who submitted a question is present at the time, they are welcome to read their question as submitted or have their question read out on behalf by a staff member. If the resident is not present at the time of public questions, the question will not be read out. All public questions, however, and their answers will be included in the meeting minutes following tonight's meeting. I remind you all that no statement may be derogatory, defamatory or directed to an individual councillor, member of staff, ratepayer or member of the public. A 2-minute time limit does apply to all requests to speak, and the timer will be used. And a warning will sound at the 1.5 minute mark, and officers will thumb up in the last 30 seconds if they indeed are reading statements out on behalf of residents. We ask that members of the gallery please check their phones and ensure that it is either switched off or in silent mode to avoid disruptions to tonight's meeting. I also want to remind everyone that Council has a zero tolerance to any form of bullying, harassment or violence. Everyone present in the gallery, including community, members of Council staff and councillors, are expected to respect the individual views of all others, irrespective of their own views, and allow everyone to respectfully participate in the Council meeting. If any member of the public gallery wishes to depart the chamber while the meeting is still in progress, I do kindly ask that you don't hold conversations out in the foyer, and can you please refrain until you're outside the building. As you know, this is a heritage listed building, and the foyer areas and outside the chamber do actually reverberate up and affect those listening at home, so I thank you in advance for that. I will now introduce you to the councillors in attendance tonight, and I'll start to my right. To my left, sorry. Councillor Matt Wood, Councillor Alicia Curry, Councillor Mary O'Kane, and Councillor Alison Champion. And to my right, I have the Mayor, Councillor Elizabeth Neely, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peter Castaldo, Councillor Rick Garotti, Councillor Alida McKern, and Councillor Mark Di Pasquale. This evening, the councillors are also joined by our executive team. And over to the right, we have Mark Gilio, Director of Corporate Services, Darren Bennett, Director of Assets and City Services, and to my left, Natasha Swan, Director of City Development, and Joseph Tobacco, Director of Community Wellbeing. Also supporting the council crew tonight are members of the Governance and Integrity team and the IT team. So thank you for participating in tonight's meeting, and I'll hand back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alison. We'll get straight in. There are no apologies this evening. Confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council held on the 26th of May 2025. Can I please have a councillor to move and second? Moved Councillor Garotti, seconded Councillor Curry. I'll put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried. Disclosure of interests is required at any other meeting of council. Councillors must declare a conflict of interest at the start of the meeting and leave the meeting when the item is presented to council. Councillors will be required to leave the meeting and return when the item has been resolved. At any point throughout the meeting, if any other councillor recognises they have a general or material interest, they can flag that interest at that point and follow the same procedure. Are there any disclosures of interests, councillors? No, there are no disclosures. Disclosures of interest for staff, officers that are present. I now ask you whether you have a conflict of interest on any items presented before council tonight. Director Swan.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, I have a general conflict of interest, item 2.1.
So 2.1, the petition relating to the Boulevard Ivanhoe East. So thank you. Director Swan will declare this interest and will not be present during the deliberations on this item. Okay, we're now moving to a presentation. So Mark Gilio, Director of Corporate Services, will present an award to Council. The award is for the Award of Excellence in Service Delivery won at the LG Pro Victoria Night. And I now invite Director Gilio to present the award.
And thank you, Mayor. Really proud to share that Banyule City Council's CX Data-Driven Transformation Initiative had won the LG Pro 2025 Award of Excellence for Service Delivery Initiative, so quite a mouthful there. Just by way of background, LG Pro is a member association and leading voice for people working in local government in Victoria, providing leadership, professional development and representation in the pursuit of excellence. This was a highly competitive category with over 14 other councils from across the sector nominated for the award. So it really is incredible honour to not only be recognised at the LG Pro 2025 annual conference, but the overall winner of this category. And just quickly, the judging criteria for this particular category was around clarity of demonstration of outcomes, benefits relative to cost, size and complexity of initiatives relative to funding and resources, innovative and defining features, effectiveness and transferability, financial sustainability, and the ability to meet specific clients or customers' target groups. This initiative set out to improve council decision-making and customer satisfaction by transforming the way we work through smarter systems, integrated data, and targeted training. In terms of the key achievements for the award, or the actual project itself, the initiative, interactive web forms that now handle 70% of hard waste and misbin requests online, letting customers self-serve when it suits them. System improvements that automate customer communications and work orders, reducing manual handling and human error. A robust training program covering 91 core competencies, helping staff use our new CRM system effectively and maintaining clean and reliable data, and enhanced communication tools giving customers automated updates, timelines and notifications that improve transparency and closing the loop. What makes this win even more meaningful is that it directly responds to customer feedback, things like wanting better self-service, quick acknowledgement and clearer resolution times. This success is a result of strong collaboration across council. The digital team that led the development of the real-time entitlement data and automated workflows. The communications team created accessible web forms and automating messaging, and the CX strategy delivering comprehensive training and consolidated data to produce actionable insights via Power BI dashboards. It is a real fantastic example of what's possible when teams work together with a shared goal, making things better for our community. Just want to congratulate all those teams that are involved in this award-winning initiative. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Director Gilio, for that comprehensive report. It was good. Okay, I note there are no items of urgent business. So I now, councillors, I'm calling for a procedural motion to reorder the business of the council meeting agenda this evening. I would like to propose that we bring forward item 4.1, Olympic Leisure, future operating model, after item 2.1, the petition relating to the proposed roadworks to the boulevard, with the agenda order as printed to follow thereafter. So could I please have a councillor to move and second the procedural motion? Moved, Councillor Champion, seconded, Councillor Wood. Put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried. Thank you. So there is one petition tonight. Director Natasha Swan has declared a conflict of interest. You may now leave the chamber. And Natasha will return after the item has been heard. So on the proposed roadworks to the boulevard Ivanhoe East, there are 3 speakers on this item. David Gentle from Yarra Precinct Protection Association will address council in person and is speaking for the recommendation. So I saw you before, David. So could you please approach, there you are, the lectern. Thank you. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors and fellow residents. The boulevard, and this is the boulevard from Banksia Street to Burke Road North, is our home. We live there, we play there, my grandchildren ride their bikes there. Naturally, we want it to be safe, and council wants it to be safe as well. But what we seem to have a difference of opinion in is how to make it safe. In fact, the boulevard is extremely safe at the moment, and as you know from the data shows that over the last, say, 30 years, every day there's been a 0 in the column of how many accidents were there today. So the data is incredibly strong in showing it's safe. What council should be doing, and I'm sure it does already, is monitoring accidents and incidents on all the roads in Banyule, and where there are black spots, that's where they should be putting their attention and their resources. However, this is coming up now because council wants to spend a lot of money on the boulevard because they say it's not safe. But we say it is safe. Use the money where it's not safe, in other roads where it's not safe. And that's where council, and along with safety comes liability, and council's liability lies in areas where the roads aren't safe. But the reason that the road is safe now is there are 3 reasons. One is that there are few vehicles per day, only about 150, 170 per day. Secondly, the cars go pretty slowly because of all the bumps on the road, because of the repaired potholes. And thirdly, the cars are noisy because as they go bumpity bump on the potholes, pedestrians can hear them, they're alerted. So for 3 reasons, it's very safe, added to which the road is very narrow. What council wants to do is repave the road And that's going to have three effects. It's going to bring more traffic on the road, therefore reducing the safety, making it more risky. Those cars are going to go a lot faster, even though there'll be road humps and so forth, in between them.
So I'll ask you to sum up, please.
Okay. And thirdly, the noise will be vanished. But it gets worse than that, and the reason it gets worse is that the council also wants to attract commuting cyclists who will speed along there as well. So we'll have cyclists, there's no footpath there, we have noisy cars and going faster and without the noise of the bumps. All those reasons make it more dangerous for pedestrians, and therefore that creates a greater liability. It'll create a greater liability for council. Rather than reduce the liability, it increases council liability. So we say, please support the petition and withdraw the plan to repave the boulevard.
Thank you. Our next speaker is from Kerry Q from Save the Boulevard, who will address council in person, and he's speaking for the recommendation. Thank you, Kerry.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And look, I support the petition to save the unique rural character of the East Ivanhoe Boulevard by rejecting the council's proposal to surface the road. I've lived in Ivanhoe East for 42 years. I can remember when the Melbourne Board of Works called the Yarra the #1 drain. I can remember, I've seen the loss of tree canopy across Ivanhoe due to larger apartment blocks and houses being built. I've seen the Yarra Valley bike track installed. I don't use it because the bikes go too fast for me and my ageing dog, and they also hunt in packs. But we have the boulevard, and its uneven surface favours pedestrians over speeding cars and cyclists can use the nearby track anyway. The boulevard has heritage links to Walter Burley Griffin, the Heidelberg School of Artists, and some of the gum trees predate colonial settlement, and we should be proud of that. This unique road with nearby kangaroos, horses, cockatoos is enjoyed by families, pedestrians young and old, and children learning to ride bikes. Pedestrians come from all over Banyule to take in the rural calm. One pedestrian recently described walking along the boulevard as a meditative experience. Locals have fought to keep the unique rural character over many years, and here we are still fighting to preserve something that could be so easily destroyed in the name of upgrading or modernisation. If the council proposal proceeds, this road will attract rat-run commuters, and speed humps will do little to stop them. As there is no footpath, we'll have to share the road with speeding cars, cyclists, and now electric bikes, and they're out there already. I ask the council to do nothing and instead preserve the unique part of Banyule history and heritage with grand views of the Yarra River. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Neil McCann from Save the Boulevard, who will address council in person, and he's speaking for the recommendation. Thank you, Neil. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. As the 1,200 signatories to the Save the Boulevard petition have identified, in our view, council has failed to articulate to residents a clear, consistent and coherent explanation of how sealing the boulevard, 1, is necessary for council to comply with its obligations under the Road Management Act or its own road management plan, 2, complies with the boulevard's level 3 and unsealed road classification under Banyule's road register, or 3, complies with the Glenard Estate Heritage Register unsurfaced character requirements applicable to a 750-metre stretch bordering the boulevard. Council have argued that the boulevard requires sealing due to safety, but have not advised residents of A, any specific concern existing on the boulevard which doesn't exist on any other public road, B, any property damage claims exceeding the statutory protection threshold under section 110(3) of the Roads Management Act, C, any personal injury incidents notified to it under section 115 of the Roads Management Act, or D, any insurance claims made for accidents occurring on the boulevard. The boulevard from MacArthur Road to Glenard Drive is clearly listed as a Level 3 unsealed road in Banyule's 2021 and 2017 road registers. It was even listed as a Level 4 unsealed road in Banyule's 2013 road register. Further, Council's own road engineering expert, Stantec, classified the boulevard as, quote, unsealed in sections 1.2 and 1.4 of their own boulevard report. The heritage guidelines for the Glenard Estate of 2005, which are incorporated into Banyule's planning scheme, apply to the lands immediately abutting the boulevard. These guidelines note that, quote, the boulevard should remain unsurfaced and without curb and channel to maintain the rural character of this part of the area, unquote. Council's current plan undermines this incorporated heritage requirement. Thank you, Griffin Councillor Peter Castaldo, for listening to residents' concerns on the boulevard proposal. We hope you and your fellow councillors continue to listen to the voices of the over 240 Banyule residents opposed to Council's proposal who signed the petition. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe, is there a question? Yep. Thank you, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the speakers. I've got two questions for the relevant officers. The first one, can officers state how many roads Banyule City Council owns, manages and maintains, and of those roads, please list in detail all the roads in the city where the residents are seemingly blocking the renewal or upgrade of a road where Council is funding the entire cost? Question one.
Director Bennett, thank you.
I thank you for your question, Councillor Wood, and perhaps it's just relevant just to reconfirm the purpose of this report. It's tabled and received to receive the petition, so it can be considered with other feedback which has been received to date during the first phase of consultation. If I go specifically to the response to your question, Banyule City Council owns 548 kilometres of sealed and unsealed roads. Apart from the boulevard, we're not aware of any project where residents have blocked the council from undertaking renewal works. However, aspects of upgrade works, i.e. proposed curb and channel, have been opposed under special charge schemes that have been put for consideration.
Thank you. Do you have another question?
Thank you. Yeah, just a follow-up question. Can officers detail the consequences of not upgrading the boulevard, and particular focus on whether or not Banyule City might see an increased liability of the road if not improved?
Director, yep, to answer.
Thank you for the question, and again through you, Mayor. So Council has obligations in the Road Management Act 2004 and the Local Government Act 1989. Council also has a statutory responsibility to inspect, maintain and repair public roads in accordance with the standards set out in the Road Management Plan. We currently have difficulty in justifying our compliance with the Road Management Plan for the boulevard, as it has been not maintained to the correct standard. If a council fails to fully comply with all aspects of the approved road management plan pursuant to the Act, it may be unable to rely on the defences available to it under the Road Management Act. This obviously impacts the ability for the council and its insurers to defend public liability claims arising from the condition of a municipal road.
Thank you, Director Bennett. Councillor McKern.
Thank you to Councillor Wood for his questions. Mine are a little bit different in nature, but also directed via you, Mayor, to Mr Bennett. Firstly, with respect to the power this council actually does have under the Local Government Act of 2020 to decide the fate of the boulevard. Given that we've been advised by your good self that this is an operational matter and therefore not of council decision-making capacity, is that indeed the case, that this council does not have the power to decide the fate of whether or not this road is sealed or not resealed?
Thank you, Director Bennett.
Thank you for your question, Councillor McKern, and again through you, Mayor. So in Victoria, the decisions to resurface a road is typically made at council officers level. Operational decisions like road resurfacing fall under the responsibility of the Chief Executive Officer and council staff. These decisions are based on technical assessments, asset management plans and budget allocations. Councillors are responsible for strategic oversight. They approve the overall budget and infrastructure strategy, but they don't get involved in selecting which specific roads get resurfaced or when. That said, councillors can advocate for certain roads to be prioritised for renewal based on community feedback. In addition, the next stage of the project is detailed design. As part of that, if some of the road were to, if council were to consider the installation of permanent barriers or implement of a permanent road closure in some sections, council would have a role to play in that in relation to under the Local Government Act.
Councillor Castaldo, I believe you have a question.
I've got two questions now for you, Mayor. The Stantec report notes the boulevard as an unsealed road. Could you speak to that?
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, and again through you, Mayor. It is true that the road has previously been listed as an unsealed road in council reports, which is incorrect. I think that the road does have an asphalt seal on it. That is true. The road is not an unmade dirt road. Again, I go back to the maintenance obligations in our road management plan. In my opinion, the road has not been maintained to the standard where it should have been correctly allocated.
And thank you, Director Bennett. Your
further question on that theme. Who is the responsible role to determine if a surface is sealed or not sealed?
The officers have a role to determine whether the road is maintained to the specific standard within the road management plan. If I were to take you out there today and have a look at the boulevard, I think everyone could see that it has an asphalt seal on it. That's true. As I said before, that asphalt seal has not been maintained to the level that's required in the road management plan.
One further question that arose from a question from Councillor McKern. If we are proposing trial road closures, does that mean this needs to come back to council?
At the moment, we're still in detailed design in terms of we're taking all of that community feedback on that we've had. I think that if council were to consider permanently closing the road, it would definitely need to come back to council. In relation to a trial, I believe that council has trialled some road closures in the past, and I believe that has gone to council and then come back for consideration of permanent closures.
Any further questions, Council?
No, I'll leave it
No.
there.
Are there any other questions? Moved the officer report. Councillor Garotti. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Champion. Does the mover wish to speak to the item?
Oh, look, Mayor, it's a standard recommendation here to note, to receive and table the petition, to have it responded to by the appropriate officer, and for the primary petition be advised of that. So what we're doing here is quite common with all petitions, and just wanting to provide that assurance back to those in the gallery. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Garotti. Does the seconder wish to speak? Does any other councillor? Councillor Wood? Yep, as the offer to receive the petition. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Yep, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. it's good that we received this petition. We need to hear from our residents, and it gives us an opportunity to give our opinion. So bear with me while I share mine. Our role as councillors is to essentially, we're residents of Banyule, we pay our rates too. And so our role is to represent the people and the interests of the people. And so we essentially sit on a board and we oversee all the actions of council and make sure that they're coordinated in the best interests of everybody across the city, okay? That makes pretty clear sense to most people, I think. A big part of that is risk mitigation, okay? And it's our responsibility to make sure that we're looking after the interests of our people from a risk point of view. I actually, my colleagues and I, we take this seriously in everything we discuss. I actually take it one step further, along with Councillor O'Kane. We sit on the Audit and Risk Committee. This one you might not know about, some of the people. It's a committee that sits within council. We're the 2 elected delegates, and then there's 4 other committee members that are external, and they're professionals in the field. And they come along and we pick apart everything from a risk point of view in really fine detail to make sure that we've got a good cover for the people that we represent. So every term of council, we set up a framework of risk appetite or risk tolerance, okay? And so the councillors will tell the officers, we're happy to take a little bit of risk here, not so much here, in different fields, okay? The language that I've just used is risk appetite and risk tolerance, okay? A tolerable risk is one that we're prepared to take. Let me be clear. This, in my opinion, is an intolerable risk that's been presented here tonight. I get it. I live locally. I don't drive the road. It's deplorable. I don't cycle the road. You can't. I don't walk on the road. I used to try with my kids in prams. That doesn't work either. I run along there sometimes, but not at night for fear of breaking ankles. If we're being serious here, are we talking about a public road for Banyule Council, or are we talking about a private road for locals to use, if we're being really honest? We've heard from the officers here tonight. There's some stuff to work through there, and we'll do that. But I simply cannot justify exposing the entire city's ratepayers to potential liability here for what amounts to the indulgent benefit of a few. Whether this matter formally comes before council or not, I think it's clear where I stand. What I will be doing is raising this matter at our Audit and Risk Committee meeting next week and making sure that the officers are very clear where the line is on what risk we will tolerate and what we won't. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor McKern.
Thank you, Mayor. With all due respect, Councillor Wood, I'm not sure that I would say 1,154 signatures are the signatures of a few. But I would like to thank tonight's speakers and petitioners for your hard work advocating for a stretch of the boulevard in East Ivanhoe to be retained as existing, with only minor road repairs as required. So I have seen that in your letters, that you are actually open to some level of road repairs. It's not a closed case. It's not that black and white. I want you to know that I have heard your arguments, and so have my colleagues. A number of us did attend the 150 plus person strong community meeting earlier this year, and I think quite a number of us appreciate your keen interest to maintain the road in its present form due to essentially its low traffic, volume, speeds, and of course much loved rural character. As a resident of southern Banyule, the boulevard is a road I know well, and I perfectly appreciate your desire to keep it in its low-key state. While Council is only receiving the petition tonight, it is an important discussion to have. We've already heard some of the comments from Councillor Wood, which are important to note. According to Council's traffic experts, the stakes on this occasion are higher than previously because this matter has come to the Council before, and the public opinion against resealing has prevailed. The game changer here is the introduction of this bike path, and with it, the potential increase in liability for incidents, given that people might fall off bikes, increase pedestrians into potholes, and therefore we have a risk issue. All that said, we are receiving the petition, but there is also a next stage to this process, and that is the detailed design. And I understand that as part of the detailed design, there will be community consultation. So I would encourage all those interested in the boulevard and its fate to be involved in that community consultation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor McKern. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Castaldo.
This is a particularly hard one for me. I'm the ward councillor, and I acknowledge just how important and precious this part of Banyule is, not just for those that live on the road, but the broader community. And you might say that's reflected in some of the petition origins on the document that is before us tonight. I'd like to thank the community for sharing their views prior to the current road management project before us. I believe it has been poorly titled. It may give the impression that we're seeking to improve the surface for more vehicle usage, and I acknowledge that this is a complex project that doesn't seek to increase vehicle movements, and that absolutely is the opposite to what we're absolutely trying to prevent as well. I'd like to acknowledge the Save the Boulevard community group for their extensive work on this, and also for those that have been communicating with me via the phone and emails. I haven't gotten back to everyone that's written to me yet, but I intend to. But give me a call if you need to have a chat, and those that have spoken this evening. I agree with the sentiments of the petition, and we need to keep the unique character of this natural environment. I must say, if people in a rural area had a road like this unkept and with the potholes, they might be up in arms about it. But having said that, it's developed into being an important part to the deterrent of higher vehicle usage. That is an important element that must be front of mind when we're doing this process. The residents have challenged the position from officers and the interpretation of the Road Management Act definitions and its application. I've asked and pushed and investigated this too with officers from every angle, as well as I too am determined to maintain the character and its non-motor vehicle participants prioritisation. Having said that, we need to meet our statutory obligations in the Road Management Act and Council Road Management Plan regarding levels of service to our roads. Sorry, Mayor, this is a really important issue to my ward, if I have an extra minute. We have been looking at all the feedback, and there's a couple of key actions to prevent induced traffic, and it's critical we do not rush this project to ensure that we do not create a rat run, damage the important character that may require staged trials of road closures and other means to restrict traffic. As we've heard, may need to come back to council if we implement that. But we do have some way to delivering this project that is sensitive to all of the concerns that you have. I'm committed to continue to work with you and make sure that any design that does come out of this process goes to delivering a project that meets key requirements to keep the character. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Castaldo. Does any other councillor wish to speak? We're voting on receiving the petition, so I'll put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, we're moving items, so I'm just moving around to my notes. Getting there. Oh, if people have come for that particular petition, feel free, now's a good time to move. We also need Director Swan. Oh, there you are. Back to the room. Thank you. Just waiting while people take their seats. Okay, I think everyone's here. Okay, item 4.1, Olympic Leisure Centre, future operating model. There are 6 speakers on this item. Dr. Aidan Varan from Olympic Village Action Network will address Council in person and he's speaking against the recommendation. I can't see Aidan. Yes, thank you, Aidan. Please approach the lectern. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Mayor, Deputy Mayor and councillors, thank you again for the opportunity to speak on the fate of the Olympic Leisure Centre. My name is Dr. Aidan Varan. I'm a paediatric doctor currently on ward service. I'm also a father, a husband, a proud OLC member and president of the Olympic Village Action Network. As a representative of our network and our community, I urge you to reject the proposed recommendation. This is not fit for purpose. It does not meet our needs. I am asking you to commit to a comprehensive redevelopment of the Olympic Leisure Centre, including aquatic facilities. Councillors, over these past few days, I know you've had many voices come to you. Passionate, dedicated voices across age, gender, culture, and levels of health. It's clear to me these voices were silenced in the report. The report frames OLC as a forgotten, deprecated facility ready for retirement. But the crowd tonight and the vivacity and love of community we have seen tells a different story. In our eyes, the OLC is vital infrastructure in a high-growth corridor with unrealized potential. What the report fails to recognize above all else is the profound social impact of the OLC and its aquatic facilities. This is a place for connection as much as fitness. As a pediatric doctor, I applaud your interest in improving literacy in our community. But I fail to see how this recommendation meets our health and well-being needs. You did not ask us when you proposed this. You cannot reasonably expect that a library with restrictive hours built in the decaying shell of this building will draw crowds. We deserve both to learn and stay fit. You are a new council with good intentions. You have inherited the legacy of successive bad decisions for our community without equity or foresight. But you have the opportunity to change this narrative. You are now the custodians of our rich Olympic history and collective futures. You can choose to reject this recommendation, to stand with us, and help us realize the potential of our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Aidan. Our next speaker is Kevin Hill from Banyule Ratepayers Action Group, and he will address council in person, and he's speaking against the recommendation. Thank you, Kevin.
Well, to be honest, I'm speaking for and against it. Quite some years ago, about 4 years ago, Bragg floated the notion, and I'm sure council will be prepared to recognise this, that an overhaul of all aquatic facilities in Banyule was needed. And we pointed out the economic cost of maintaining 3 facilities, which is what the council's writing. Now, I know the CEO and Director Joseph Tobacco have done an enormous job in moving this forward. My concern is that the original idea that Bragg put forward included demolition of the West Heidelberg Olympic site, the demolition of the Ivanhoe Aquatic Centre site, and the reconstruction of a watermark type facility down near Ford Park, or if that couldn't be done, the same sort of facility in West Heidelberg. The land upon which Ivanhoe Aquatic Centre sits is not land that has anything like the value it should have to build an aquatic centre on it. You could release millions and millions of dollars from that land if it was put up for private sale. And I dare say similar for the aquatic centre at Olympic Park. So that's one problem. The second problem is I fear for the residents down at Ivanhoe Aquatic Centre, because you will have to build that to a scale that possibly could attract another lessee like you have at Watermark. And if you build to that scale, I don't know where people are going to park, and I don't know how the traffic is going to move along a two-lane carriageway called Waterdale Road, and then exit down at Livingston Street particularly, which is already a nightmare. So you've got massive logistics problems, traffic problems coming up to confront you. And the ward councillor from down that way, Councillor McKern, is going to be copping a bit of flack, I can tell you. So I applaud the councillor for looking at stopping the bleeding at Olympic Village. That's absolutely necessary. And if you compounded those annual losses, we'd have a lot of solutions coming out for homeless people. So that's why I oppose, but at the same time support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Hill. Our next speaker is Brandon Murrayidis from Collings Real Estate, who will address council in person and is speaking against the recommendation. Brandon, could you please approach the lectern?
Brandon is unfortunately unwell and unable to join us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Our next speaker is Jeanette Peter Timmermans, who will address council in person and is speaking against the recommendation. Jeanette, please approach the lectern. Who's coming? Thank you. No problem, we can wait. Hello, Jeanette. Thank you.
Hello. So yeah, my name is Jeanette Peter Timmermans, and I've lived in Heidelberg West since 1992, 30 plus years, and as a resident for 20 plus years being a member of the OLC. And I would like to implore the Banyule City Council to be proactive in helping to create a new OLC for our neighbourhood. In 21-22, I was part of the Reimagine and Co-Design team of the OLC, and a most welcome initiative by Banyule Council, engaging the 20 locals to collectively develop plans for a future OLC that will suit the needs and their distinct neighbourhood. This widely diverse team, being true representatives of the Heidelberg West neighbourhood, managed to combine the varying needs of the collective into a most pleasing and functional, suitable, but also relatively modest plan. It was presented to and positively received by Banyule Council. Then, nothing happened for many years. The OLC, as it had been declared past its functional date, was slowly throttled by neglect. The children's pool was closed, the opening hours were reduced, little or no maintenance to the building, etc., etc. Doing balancing exercises poses a challenge on the wonky floor, I can tell you. It was, in hindsight, left to perish a slow death. Attending members at the OLC remained hopeful that all would be well. A new centre had been designed, after all. The co-design team members were more concerned, though. Requested updates on the progress of the OLC plans were met by Banyule Council with either no answer or a "we are looking into it" reply. Heidelberg West 3081 is by far the fastest growing postcode in Banyule, with an expected short-term population growth of near 5,000. This rapid growth is partly, or maybe even largely, made possible by the much lower land prices in 3081 compared to the other Banyule postcodes. With the many social housing facilities in this area being torn down, similarly due to their end-of-life status, a suspicious part of me has considered that Banyule Council has likely reaped financial benefits from having postcode 3081 on this lower social and financial scale. But without the assistance from Banyule Council, this area is designated to remain the poor people's zone, seemingly bypassed for improvement where possible. It may not be the Banyule Council's aim or doing, but in 3081, no result seems to be the most common result and is largely the local population's perceptions of dealing with Banyule City Council. It has created over the decades a regretful postcode 3081 disconnection from and disengagement with Banyule Council. And that, please, needs to change.
And sorry, Jeanette, if you could come to a summing up, please.
The inflow of younger families also drawn to this area for its lower land value are not accepting this. They will not stand by and let it happen. Their kids and their futures are at stake. It's time to sit around the table with them and try to find ways to make good on actual or implied promises to lift the area up and help it become what it was meant to be, a safe and community-minded neighbourhood. The future of the Olympic Village essentially depends on Council's decision tonight to either let the OLC continue its slow death by accepting point 41 in full, or pay heed to the future and find a solution to the monetary problems that seem to be the overriding reason for not rebuilding the OLC to the spirit, design and needs of 3081.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeanette. Our next speaker is Abdi Mohammed from Somali Voice Victoria, who will address Council in person, and he's speaking against the recommendation. Thank you, Abdi.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, CEO. Thank you for all the councils and administration. Thanks for having me, allowing me to speak in front of you. And this topic and this issue, actually, it touches me personally in two ways. One is as a community leader, and the other one as a family, personally. And since I lived in West Harburg since 1993, whenever first time I immigrated to Australia, my first place was West Harburg. And all my kids, they born there. And my wife and my children, they learned the swimming in Olympic Village. And that is as a personal. Secondly, as a community, for the last 4 years, as the City Council knows, we were campaigning for women water safety issues. And I had a lot of meetings there. And I have to thank here Kath Brackett, which she was doing a very good job with the community. And that term, that long period, we just have got 8 weeks that community have a training for water safety. And now, immediately come out, the Olympic is closing down. And that is absolutely very, very disappointing for the community. And where we are going now, as a councillors and as administration, this is our life, this is where we go. I myself, I've got a physio now, I go early morning to have a sauna or whatever, and if you move that, we're gonna have a big, big problem for community. And as the previous speakers, they said, please, we have got well-educated people lives there, engineers, doctors, everyone. We need you consulted with us. So at least we could come out, joint, very fruitful, appearance, good appearance, building there. We know West Harburg has been reached 300% for high prices of the houses. It reached $1.2 million. All right? We know it is the only place in Australia. So we can develop in a forward, not backward. So please consider all this, and the community will support it to you. And thank you anyone who has come to the shop for aid, the Council of Mayor last Saturday to there. Unfortunately, I didn't come, and I was supporting to you guys, and I'm happy with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Abdi. Our next speaker is Ben Tomasiello, who will address Council in person, and he's speaking against the recommendation. Thank you, Ben. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, councillors. Hello. I'm Dr. Ben Tomasiello, and I'm a GP working at Holstep Health. Holstep Health is the community health service that's been operating next door to the Olympic Village Leisure Centre for the last 50 years. And I'm here tonight to advocate strongly on behalf of my patients that sorry, I'd appreciate if you could just jump off your phone there. Thanks, mate. Rick, g'day. Hello, sorry, I'm just speaking. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, because this community deserves attention. So I am here to advocate strongly on behalf of my patients that the Olympic Village pool should not be closed. While moving the pool from West Heidelberg to Ivanhoe may seem like a small inconvenience to you, I'm sure some of you have thought this, oh, it's only 10 minutes by car. Not that many people even use it. I'm here to explain that for my patients, closing the pool is so much more. And I didn't even plan, but one of my patients, and he shared this with me, he's happy for me to mention this, that I just bumped to him then, and he said that to go to Ivanhoe, it costs $50 more, and it's going to take him an extra hour and 30 minutes, and he needs that pool 4 times a week to help him breathe. So we need this pool. So my colleagues have already presented in detail the many reasons why Olympic Village pool is crucial for the community since 2022. So I'm going to keep this very simple tonight. And we have spoken about risk tonight, so I'm just going to build on that theme. Now, everyone here can do this. You can go online and you can use the Australian Heart Disease Calculator tool. You can use that tool, it's widely used by doctors, to calculate the risk of dying in the next 5 years from Australia's biggest killers, heart attack or stroke, and those are preventable diseases. If you use that tool to calculate the average risk for an average 50-year-old, that risk will increase purely based on changing their postcode from 3079 to 3081. That is independent of other risk factors, purely on postcode, no other medical conditions. There is a health equity gap in this council and people are literally dying because of it, literally dying. So council members, listen to this resilient community, listen to my patients, do not close their pool, do not widen the gap, and don't make it harder for them to live a healthy life. This pool is not a business, it's an essential community service. My nana and pop lived in social housing at 94 Alamein Road, West Heidelberg. My mum went to the Olympic Village Primary School. I am a doctor off the back of council services. If this council continues to cut these very services and doesn't invest in the people of West Heidelberg, what will happen to my patients?
Thank you to all the speakers this evening. Councillors, before we move a motion, are there any questions to officers? Councillor McKern.
Thank you, Mayor. Council has received quite a number of emails from concerned residents, and also some councillors did attend the OLC community meeting on Saturday at Shop 48. Some of the consistent messaging that has come through those emails and through that meeting was the comment that there has been serious underinvestment in Olympia in comparison to other wards in Banyule, and I see quite a number of people nodding their heads. Through you, Mayor, I would like to put a question to the CEO. Indeed, I have 3 questions for the CEO. What has indeed, I'm curious to know, been invested in Olympia by Banyule City Council in the past 10 years, financially by way of infrastructure, capital works, and through support of events and service programs run by others like Bansick and Holstep Health? And how does this investment compare with investment in other wards?
Thank you.
Point of order, Mayor.
Councillor. Yep, Councillor.
By way of question, just the relevance to the topic.
I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I have done some analysis of spend of capital works projects across the municipality. It's fair to say that council spends about an average of $50 million a year on capital and initiatives for its municipality. Looking back over the last 10 years, there's been varied spend across most wards. The highest spend of the wards has been the Olympic Award, which is postcode 3081, which is just hitting 66 million over that time. There's been probably two significant projects that's influenced that spend, and that's 19 million for the Belfield Community Centre and 13 million for Olympic Park. So that spend does include other funding that we've received from other levels of government. The other ward that's received a significant amount of funding with 53 million is the Charlesworth ward, and that included 38 million for the Ivanhoe Library and Cultural Hub. And then following that closely is the Bakewell ward with 51 million, which has included 12 million for the Watsonia Town Square, and in the detail of the 10 years that I looked at included 13 million for the council offices. Probably if I move down to the lower end of the scale, for the same period we have Horton Ward receiving 11 million and Beale Ward receiving 13 million. So it's probably not an exact science to how it's allocated. Our capital works program is through community need, renewal of assets. It is also heavily influenced by the number of assets that each ward has. But I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you, CEO. And just one other question, because the question of a library space has also arisen. What investigations have been done to ascertain the need for a library space in Olympia? How many Olympia residents are using existing library services in Banyule, including the mobile library in Heidelberg West? And how do the figures compare against industry average?
Thank you. Alison.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, I'll try and answer that as best as I can. There will be data that you've asked for that I don't have with me tonight. But the consideration of a library in Heidelberg West has been identified through a number of means. It was highlighted in a strategic plan that was delivered to the Yarra Plenty Regional Library Board probably back in 2016-17. I'm going to say it was by the previous CEO of the Yarra Plenty Regional Library service. It was actually conducted by independent consultants that the board conducted for its regional library service. Our own community needs analysis and community infrastructure plan that we undertook in 2020 also identified that a library service would support the Heidelberg West community. Currently there is a mobile library service that goes to Heidelberg West 3 hours a week on a Friday. On average, we see about 50 patrons use that library service. And when local schools and other partners actually visit, then it can get as high as 150 attendees in that 3-hour visit. I don't have data on hand and can take on notice. I can take on notice about population use at other libraries. I'm not sure if I'd be able to get that for membership data breakdown, but I don't think just use, because I don't think our library services actually collect that data, but membership data breakdown could be provided. Probably the opportunity around the library in the officer's report is to establish a 30-hour library in the first instance. And in talking to Yarra Plenty Regional Library, that would be staffed by around 3 library staff to offer a variety of programs that we've heard from the community that's needed, including the provision of access to computers and printers, children's story time, literacy and homework classes, and also an opportunity for us to work with other service providers such as Adult Olympic Education around adult learning provisions through the library service and the operations there as well.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, Councillor Curry?
Thanks, Mayor. In my research on this topic, I came across a comment regarding the fixtures that are going to be put into the suggested library. I'd like to ask the question, through you, Mayor, is the suggestion that the new operating model for the library will indeed have the old Rosanna furniture that has come across? I just want to make sure I cut off all those, anything if it is incorrect. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I'd like to know the answer. Director Tobacco.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. It's probably fair to say that there is some rumour and speculation that there will be second-hand furniture which will feature in the proposed library. I can confirm that Council, under its proposal, the $1.8 million consideration, $200,000 of that is put towards new furniture and fittings for the library. Anyone that has utilised a Yarra Plenty Library Corporation facility will know that the quality and fixture of fittings, including the facility downstairs, are of a high standard. The current Rosanna pop-up library does have some recently purchased shelving. Some of that shelving may potentially be used in the proposed library.
Thank you, Councillor Curry, for your question. Are there any other questions? Councillor Champion.
Thanks, Mayor. Just on the theme of the library, that was one of my questions. I have another question. Currently in the report there is a suggestion that the library hours will be 30 per week. Is there an opportunity or a possibility for those hours to increase, maybe to 40 or 45 a week?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Director Tobacco.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. In response to that question, what's proposed by the officers is a starting point of 30 hours. That provides an opportunity for the demand assessment to be understood and for the hours to then be increased gradually over time. That may happen in a reasonably short space of time, and it also provides an opportunity for officers to work with other agencies, including Olympic Neighbourhood House, to understand what other utilisation rates of that particular space might complement or augment the services. So at this current point in time, by committing to anything greater than 30 hours, potentially might curtail other opportunities and other uses in that same space.
Thank you. Councillor Di Pasquale.
Potential library down there. Yarra Plenty Regional Library Service is a joint venture between Banyule, Whittlesea and Nillumbik, and so libraries are funded jointly. What impacts that the Yarra Regional Library Service has seen that will cost Banyule residents compared to Whittlesea residents compared to Nillumbik residents? If it's
Thank you for your question. Through Director Tobacco.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. The cost apportionment model for the library service in this particular instance means that the full cost of the service of this additional element will be borne by council. So that full $350,000 worth of operational funding is what is proposed to be allocated. So therefore, it won't be a shared cost with the other two library partners.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Castaldo.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mayor. Just for the relevant officer, when the co-design was developed, did we do a vehicle study to identify the necessary parking and other requirements to deliver on a project of that scale?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, the microphones appear to be working. So thank you, through you, Mayor. The response to that question is that usually at a more detailed design stage, a parking assessment would be undertaken. Based on the concept plans, which feature in the community vision, it appears that there's some conceptual drawings of some parking provision, but a detailed assessment of a parking assessment by a traffic engineer, I don't believe was a feature of that exercise.
Thank you. Director Tobacco, do you have another question?
Yeah, second follow-up is, what is the relative sizes of Olympic Leisure, the piece of land that it was determined to be built on, relative to the Ivanhoe Leisure Centre?
The land size difference between Olympic Leisure Centre and Ivanhoe Aquatic is around about 4.5 times. So it's around about 3,800 square metres, I believe, for Olympic Leisure Centre, and around about almost 17,000 for Ivanhoe Aquatic.
That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Castaldo. I'm just pausing for any more questions. No. So there's an officer report before you set out in the agenda papers, Council, so I'm now calling for a motion. Do I have a mover? Councillor O'Kane.
Is that working? Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to propose an alternate motion. Shall I read it out? So I propose that Council retain the Olympic Leisure Centre pool. Number 2, adopt the Olympic Leisure Centre Community Vision Report. Number 3, call for an urgent meeting with key stakeholders and community members on how the pool can be retained and the co-design plan funded.
Yep, moved. Thank you. Moved Councillor O'Kane, seconded Councillor Grotti. Councillor O'Kane, do you wish to speak?
Thank you. So there are 2 big issues at stake in this motion. First is the imminent closure of OLC's aquatic facilities. The community response since Wednesday has been overwhelming. Up until this morning, I'd received 80 to 90 emails, texts, phone calls, social media DMs, but today my phone pinged with emails for what seemed like every 30 seconds. On Saturday, 150 people attended a community meeting on 2 days' notice, where I was given 80 handwritten surveys articulating what the community needs. All these communications rang with the same message: keep the pool for now and invest for the future, full stop. Those who have responded go vastly past the organised few who represent the broad range of needs the aquatic facility fulfills. Older residents, singles, families with young kids, those who have lived here for decades and those for a few months, migrants including Somali Australians, people with serious health conditions of various abilities, who parent, who provide intensive care, who identify as queer, who are health professionals advocating for their patients. All people for whom water activities play an essential role in their well-being and who feel safe, accepted and community connected at the OLC. You have brought your full force of your voice to bear in this process of deliberation, and it guides my decision making. Second, this is the less obvious consequence of this decision. The co-design plan calls for the full redevelopment of the OLC, and the document that articulates its architectural vision is the essential tool needed to show federal and state governments, that the project is shovel-ready to fund. Because it contains the plans for aquatic facilities, tonight we vote on whether to accept it in full or to shelve it, because if the pool is decommissioned, the document becomes obsolete. This will force any official process to fully redevelop the site back to step one, pushing it back for years. As exemplified in our very name, Olympia Ward, the question of the closure of the OLC Aquatics pierces the heart of West Heidelberg's identity. This is demonstrated by the explosion of community response. What is being brought into question regarding identity is the community's sense of self-worth. Is it worthy of expensive assets and investment, or not worth of keeping? Because West Heidelberg is absolutely worthy, I am fervently supporting this motion to retain the OLC Aquatics and seek funding for to honour the 22 co-design plan.
Thank you, Councillor O'Kane. Does the seconder wish to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I will speak. And I was honoured, in fact, to be able to second the motion from Councillor O'Kane to enable her to put forward the community position to this council. Unfortunately, I won't be able to support that, Councillor O'Kane. And it is a very difficult decision for us all. But I do just want to call out the forum that you ran very successfully on the 21st of June. Some of the voices that were there and tonight that resonate with me, Uncle Charles Pekana, the voice of our local Indigenous community, very powerful. Tonight from Somali Voice and the voice of the Somali community, Abdi Mohammed. There were two young children on the 21st who read a poem, and Mary circulated that poem to us all. Very emotional and very powerful. There was a father raising two teenagers in the area, and his kids learned to swim. And probably the story that resonated with me the most, and for me personally makes it a very difficult and challenging decision, was the mum with two children who have autism and who use the pool. This is without the doubt the most difficult decision that I can recall being confronted with in my 12 years as a member of this council. I do want to call out that Councillor O'Kane has been fighting like a warrior for the community, and she has not let up, and she is, I was going to say fought like a dog, but basically she has been fighting like that behind the scenes to us, and it is emotional, and we've had many mixed emotions about this, but unfortunately I can't support your motion, Councillor O'Kane, and I will be foreshadowing an amended motion.
Thank you, Councillor Grotti. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Curry.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor O'Kane. This process that the residents have been on has just not been operational for you. We acknowledge that. We can see that this has been very challenging all round, and I want to provide a bit of context to how we are viewing this and how we are in the context of what we need to consider to get to a vote here. And so I appreciate that we had a lot of people write to us, and I'm sorry if I haven't personally responded to everyone today. I did attempt to. I've taken on every point, I read every email, I chased down every object that I could. I accept that we have all the reasons in paper from the officer report that doesn't support the retention of the pool, and it's incumbent on us as councillors to validate whether that report is correct. We have to consider in that context every piece of evidence that we have, every piece of community view. We also have to consider that we have the income that comes into council comes from 9 wards, and that we have to ensure that we are representing all of those wards equally. We have to step away from the individual ward to look at Banyule as a whole. The context that I'm using, I'm also looking at the pool use, and I agree that some of the comments that we have about how the impact of the reduction in hours has impacted the usage, and I think it's not a black and white issue. I think there's a stepping down of how that occurred, but we can't revisit the past. I don't believe that the previous council has supported the total community vision. They've never adopted it. And I just might ask for an extra 30 seconds or so. Thank you. And there's complex priorities at play here. So we also have $3 million seed money which is being put in towards the Community Services Hub in Heidelberg West. And to create that plan, we need funding. We need partners in funding. And if we're going to ask for funding for 2 separate projects, we risk that state government will not support us and say, well, you haven't got your priorities right. There's a bit of a drying up of funds coming to us from state and federal government. And I think personally that I would like to see Heidelberg West focus on what is most needed for the area. And within that, whether we decide for the pool or not, is what creates an equitable outcome for you. And I'll finish there, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Wood?
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, I want to acknowledge the complex and emotional circumstances surrounding the future of the Olympic Leisure Centre, and particularly the aquatic facilities. I've read over 50 emails and listened to many community voices in the past weeks, and thank you to our speakers this evening. Last Saturday's community meeting was a heartfelt reminder, as Councillor Garotti was touching on, of the strength and the passion of our residents. I want to thank everyone who has made the case for retaining the pool. The overwhelming takeaway for me was that within our community there are perhaps a dozen or so very unique groups that have extraordinary needs and for whom the pool serves a real purpose. Some examples include individual ethnic groups with exclusive use needs, people with disabilities, those with body image issues, groups without access to transport, individuals who feel outcast or not welcome, the whole step community, which we heard tonight, and sadly many who don't feel safe exercising outside or even at home, is what I heard over this past week. These examples and others are not lost on me, nor are they lost on my colleagues here. One prominent resident who's here tonight called on councillors to be courageous in this matter. And this is exactly what I intend to do. I believe we have an obligation to act with both courage and responsibility. It seems to me this situation with the pool is a symbol of the deep complexities in 3081, issues that will require attention tomorrow and every day thereafter, whether or not there's a pool at OLC. I want to highlight that this isn't just a local issue. It's part of a broader citywide and regional conversation. If we were truly talking about equality, there might be proposals for a pool in the centre of Banyule, up near Viewbank, and we might be able to lift the ledger in what we heard earlier. But this wouldn't be viable. It wouldn't have my support. So this is a community-wide conversation, a regional conversation, not just about Ivanhoe versus Heidelberg West, or one or the other. It's about strengthening Banyule as a whole. You'll need to bear with me, Mayor. This has been going 12 years and I've had 6 months to get my head around it. Officers have explained why Ivanhoe's site is better suited for a purpose-built accessible facility, which we've heard tonight. Council's been trying to find a sustainable way forward in this matter for over 12 years. Built 70 years ago, this facility was never designed to be a modern, accessible community pool. Former administrations have done well to operate it as such, but over time, lack of investment and upgrades have further limited its ability to meet broader community needs. And yes, I do believe low attendance numbers are partly because of the poor state of the facility. In 2022, Council engaged in a co-design process to shape the site's future. And if we're being honest, and with the benefit of hindsight, that process was flawed from the start, setting unrealistic expectations that should not have been asked of our community. Community input is vital, but it must be measured and balanced against the facility's constraints, local needs, and available budget considering the Banyule city and regional needs. We know Banyule benefits from two major aquatic centres, Watermark in the north and Ivanhoe in the south. Supporting a third, just 3 kilometres from Ivanhoe, considering Northgate Aquatic Centre and Latrobe Pool are both only 4 kilometres away from Olympic, is simply not sustainable. Continuing to subsidise OLC at nearly $1 million annually would be irresponsible. This is something that should have been addressed and arrested many years ago. I want to be clear, the proposal from officers tonight isn't the end, but the beginning of an exciting new chapter for the Olympic Village precinct and for the 3081 community. I am committed to this. I am committed to this. Reiterating the proposal for a $1.8 million commitment this year into OLC redevelopment, along with the already committed $3 million to the services hub. We're talking about a $4.8 million commitment on the table to this region. 3081 does not miss out, but it does need our continued attention and support, and again, I am committed to this. Let me please highlight the leadership of Councillor O'Kane, who lives and breathes 3081. Her advocacy alongside a dedicated group of councillors and officers in this matter has been essential in reaching this pivotal point this evening, something previous councils have struggled to do. I want to emphasise that the decision we make tonight is not just about bricks and mortar, it's about the courage to face complex issues with responsibility and about ensuring we serve our community's diverse and vital needs now and into the future. I want to thank everybody here tonight on the bench and in the crowd for their tireless effort in recent times. Tonight I won't support the motion as listed here.
Thank you. If we could just be patient, please. Thank you.
That's okay. I appreciate there's a lot of emotion in the room. I won't support the motion as listed, and I'll also foreshadow that I'll be looking to the next amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Di Pasquale.
Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, I remember using this pool and facility back in the late 90s when I was doing rehab for football. As a club, we used to go down there and use it for rehabilitation in the late 90s. And to be honest, it needed work back then. Pool's too small, not enough lanes, it just wasn't big enough. And that was way back then. Now, since then, previous councils did put some investment into the facility with regards to improving the gym, etc., to try and bring in more patronage, etc. So we did do that. Also, with regards to the community vision, the report came in and it was a blue sky look at the whole site and how it would function. And it was what came back was over $30 million of investment would be needed. Now, with any vision or master plan or anything like that, you don't get everything that is written on the paper or which comes up in the plan. So we have to work through that, and that's what we're working through now. Now, with regards to what I would like to see, when I first got onto this council, I was fortunate enough to be given the go-ahead to go on the Yarra Plenty Regional Library Board at that time. And going through all the different facilities that this council has and looks after, I was left with the question, where is the library in Heidelberg West? But there was no library in Heidelberg West, where it's needed most in our municipality, in Melbourne pretty much. And I was always left wanting because of the Yarra Plenty Regional Library Agreement with Nillumbik and Whittlesea, because down that far south, it's just not going to be able to get funding. So I would like to see an amendment or an alternate recommendation which does look into a library service in Heidelberg West, because I would be liking to see, and whether it is funded by Yarra Plenty Regional Library Service as a partial with them, or we do it all ourselves as a Banyule community. I would like to see something that does support the local community, that it delivers them a library and community spaces, etc., for them to use going forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Di Pasquale. Does any other councillor wish to speak? I'll say Councillor Castaldo.
Yeah, this is an incredible difficult one and a lot of sleepless nights. I'm sure many of you have had those on this subject. I want to acknowledge the community for their participation on this important public infrastructure and community icon. While the utilisation levels may not be as high as others or open times, it's a place in the hearts of many in the community, whether symbolic or one that is attended multiple times a week. It's important, I know that. Thank you to all those that were involved in the development of the co-design community engagement, and lately acknowledging the petitioner and all those that played a role in that process and the community meeting on the weekend. Special acknowledgement to Councillor O'Kane that is, as Councillor Garotti said, has worked tirelessly to make sure something happens here. We went on a journey that was highly ambitious without limits in the last term of this council. And that's a risky approach of an organisation that is bound by very real financial constraints and the need to evaluate the total value to the community. As we have here tonight and previously, that's hard to do with important social infrastructure. There's complex stories and relationships we all have with these important pieces of infrastructure. And now you see a recommendation that doesn't align with the full delivery of the co-design community engagement recommendation on the papers that were published. And a central part of that proposal is missing the pool. It's understandably frustrating, to say it politely, but it didn't move forward. We didn't get support from either level of government, state or federal, to move it forward. And Council has never been able to fund the co-design concept design. It hasn't been in the budget. This is a dreadfully difficult situation for all of us, but we need to think, how do we deliver the most for our community? Council doesn't make profit. Heard that word mentioned. No decision of Council is to make profit. It's to deliver to our community the maximum amount of services and useful assets to improve our lives. And for that reason, I am finding it difficult to justify the cost to delivery of number of people that utilise this facility at the moment. And I will not be able to support the current motion before us.
Thank you, Councillor Castaldo. Does any other councillor wish to speak? I'll add a few words. I do thank the community for all of the emails, Councillor O'Kane, for all her work getting the community together and getting every opinion down in writing, as well as verbally meeting with everybody. It is really hard. A lot of what people are saying is similar, but there are some differences from different community members. I'm not going to go into the nuances of that, but I do want to highlight what this space, we understand what this space means to the community, and whatever it is decided upon tonight, it will remain a community space. So tonight is difficult, it is challenging, and we need to look at this decision now as an opportunity to move something into this space as soon as we can. So I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Against? The motion is lost. I'm now calling for a motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Grotti, you have a motion. Thank you.
Foreshadowed.
Could you please take us through this?
Yeah, so I'd like to move the motion in two parts. Part A, with one, that council decommission all aquatic components at OLC, including pool, spa, sauna and associated plant at the end of October 2025. And then a part B that'll then be voted on separately, with a new point 2, acknowledges the work of the Olympic Leisure Co-Design Working Group for developing the community vision, and acknowledges that council was unable to meet all expectations and aspirations of the group in delivering all components of the vision in full. Point 3 to remain as is per the officer recommendation, as well as point 4, point 5 and point 6. And if we could cross the page, thank you. Point 7, to confirm that the feasibility study is to come back to council by March 2026. Point 8, to confirm that period of free membership is to apply for a period of 12 months from the 1st of July, from the closure of the pool, and the same for point number 9. A new point 10, provide women participating in the existing women's only program opportunities to access equivalent services at an alternative facility. 11, investigate how the council owned area between the back of the OLC and Holstep Community Health can be functionally incorporated into community space. And then a new point 12, receive a report by December 2026 that covers the following matters: the impact on the local community, the progress made in relation to case management and assisting current users of the closure of the OLC pool who have transitioned to using another facility, who has fallen through the gaps. Notes that this current investment does not preclude future consideration of development of the site and should be a consideration of this report. And point 13, to remain as is from the officer recommendation. So moved, Mayor.
Moved, Councillor Grotti. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor McKern. Do you wish to speak? I think we talk to the motion and then I'll ask for a vote in two parts.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Look, I do want to acknowledge that council, if this is accepted tonight, won't be meeting the aspiration or expectation of the community. And I do apologise for that. And I'm sorry about the outcome.
Excuse me. If we could listen, please.
And I understand and I appreciate that feedback from the community. There's not really much more to be said, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grotti. Councillor McKern.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to this evening's speakers. And I really want to acknowledge the passionate advocacy by Olympia residents for the OLC. It's been remarkable what we've seen, how you've come together. You've shown what a wonderfully connected community you are. I did attend the presentation of the co-design workgroup vision, and I did attend Saturday's community meeting. Councillors are interested in what's happening in Heidelberg West and Olympia, as we are interested in what happens in all 21 suburbs of Banyule. I want you to know that you are heard. I know it's a bit difficult and disappointing at the moment to appreciate that, but I do believe that the $200,000 council investment in community consultation and review over a 4-year period is indeed a genuine expression of council's seriousness for OLC uplift and community consultation. The co-design visioning exercise between council and community did identify quite a range of community wishes for the OLC as a multi-purpose space for everyone to gather and to connect. It's important to know, as previous councillors have made clear, that council did not actually endorse the community vision, but it did resolve to explore future options for the centre. This expansive and intensely researched work has actually been done. In my professional life, I've run numerous community visioning exercises involving brainstorming ideas for public space improvements. And I can assure you that every single time the community wish list has exceeded the resources available to deliver. How to deal with the disparity. Prioritisation of needs and wants against available resources available to responsibly deliver a level of benefit for all the community is what I believe we are trying to achieve here. And I would just ask for an extra minute or so, Mayor, as has been granted previous councillors. Fellow councillors, I genuinely believe the officers have thoughtfully considered the proposal that they put up and that it does indeed achieve a fair outcome for all and is responsibly resourced. While it doesn't tick off on everything that you've asked for, it does deliver our promise to uplift Olympic Leisure Centre. And I trust that it will have been achieved in the spirit of the Banyule Way. The Banyule Way seeks to recognise and address the diverse needs in our community in a manner that fosters harmony and enhances the well-being of our community. Which is why I have to say I was somewhat embarrassed for Banyule Council and the Banyule community at the council-sanctioned community meeting on Saturday to hear so many derogatory, hurtful and unfounded slurs expressed against Ivanhoe residents. These comments, and I expect your respect now, continued in complete ignorance for the request of respectful discourse by the facilitator. Such behaviour is indeed dangerous and divisive. It is unacceptable and must be called out if Banyule is to be genuinely true to its overarching community vision for a thriving, sustainable, inclusive and connected Banyule community. One that works together to resolve competing needs in the spirit not of divisiveness, but indeed in the spirit of harmony. And I appeal to you for that harmony. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McKern. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Champion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank all of you who emailed and called regarding this project. I have read your emails, I've listened to your messages, and I apologise I haven't been able to return all, so thank you very much. You are very loud, and it is great. You're louder than my community. I'd also like to acknowledge Councillor O'Kane. It is so pleasing to know that Olympia has an invested ward councillor. So she is on side, okay? So it is a privilege to work with her on this. I'm just going to refer to the themes of the co-design process. They are basically a place for everyone, a place for informal gathering, a place with multi-purpose activity, and a place for storytelling. So having been on the board of the Yarra Plenty Regional Library for several years now, I know that the library provides all of those for any community in a safe environment. So currently we have planned 30 hours a week of staffed services and activities which focus on equitable literacy and learning as well as social inclusion. They include activities and services like curated multilingual books, audio collections. They've got culturally expressive programs, specialised indoor and outdoor cross-cultural community engagement. There's regular story time for babies and toddlers. There is free, safe access to all libraries and free internet. There is quiet time. There are opportunities to access computers which allow for reading, listening and learning in any language, any culture, and it is all free. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. I wholeheartedly support and endorse the officer's recommendations and the amendments tabled here. This is a positive, pragmatic step forward and an exciting beginning for a new era for Olympic Village and for 3081. And then we're going to vote twice. Talking to the whole motion. The question there is, are we considering Part A and Part B? We're speaking to both together right now, and we'll vote on each independently. This is not a final destination. It marks the start of something that can be truly incredible for our community. The proposed $1.8 million investment in the new library and expanded gym facility in year one is a smart, energising move. It'll help create a vibrant, inclusive space, a place for everyone, a place for informal gathering, storytelling and community connection. A true community hub that reflects the spirit of 3081. This can create a launch pad for future investment. This recommendation reflects the outstanding work of our council officers, and I applaud them and thank them for that. Their professionalism and for listening to the strong advocacy and the leadership of Councillor O'Kane. Their efforts have brought us to this pivotal moment, and I'm grateful for their commitment. I want to reaffirm my personal commitment, as long as I'm a sitting councillor, to the Olympic Village precinct. You all have my word on this. We must continue engaging with the local primary school, support the retail sector and develop a centre that Banyule can be proud of, one that brings our community together, celebrates our diversity and creates a thriving, inclusive hub for generations to come. And you have my word on that. This is just the beginning, and I'm genuinely optimistic about what lies ahead for 3081. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Councillor Curry.
Thanks, Mayor. Again, reiteration from some of the previous speakers and previous councillors that we are invested. We really do have the best interests of the area at heart. I know it doesn't seem like that. I'm happy to have conversations later. It's very difficult to get our points across in the 2 minutes that we have to speak. My concerns here that we also have some perceptions about the area of inequality, and I want to address those, that with 9 wards and 21 suburbs of Banyule, and each ward and each suburb has their different pros and cons. So we have hospitals, theatres, galleries, festivals, open space and train lines. And all of those have impact on how our decisions are made. Mostly the state government mandate is for us to put our major regional facilities along transport lines, and that also has impact on where we put our regional facilities such as pools. I also tracked down to check whether Banyule was out of sync with other municipalities. Have we got the right provision of pools? And I can tell you that even with the closure of Olympic Leisure, that we are still in the highest vicinity in metropolitan Melbourne. The allocation for pools is much lower in some suburbs. And we keep an eye, and as we have that trajectory of growth, we can reassess this at any time. And I think Councillor Wood mentioned earlier that if we have to reassess that, that'll be at the time when the demand is actually required. It takes a long time for suburbs to change. I don't actually aspire for gentrification of the area that 3081 is in. What I aspire for is a place that's safe, welcoming, rewarding. I can see that by the community spirit that's shared here today. And I feel like I want to focus on ensuring that the area has a trajectory for the youth to ensure that the disadvantage that every one of you have spoken about doesn't disadvantage them as they get into adulthood. And so I speak to that with Councillor Champion has also mentioned that those education possibilities are one of the best things that we can do for the area. And I hope that your ward council will get behind some of those opportunities and that we can see the benefit. And I know that might not be visible just at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Di Pasquale.
Thank you, Mayor. Now we're deciding on what part to invest in with regards to what the community there needs and their future needs also. One of the things is going through my mind at the moment is that 10 to 12 years ago on the Yarra Plenty Regional Library Board, I was questioning why there wasn't a library in Heidelberg West. And the answer to that was, oh, well, technology will be changing the way that people use books and libraries, etc. And I questioned a bit further and was, yeah, there's e-books now and, you know, the book will just get sent to people's computers and a phone, and so there'll be no need for libraries in the future. Now, aren't they wrong? Because library attendance in our municipality is now higher than it ever has been. It has increased over the last 10 years. Libraries are the fabric of a community. It's what makes a community. The education, libraries, community facilities, etc. That's what makes a community. That's what educates a community. That's what keeps a community together and builds it. Now here we're making a decision about $5 million, putting $5 million odd into increasing the gym size, continuing to keep the highball facility, put in a library, which is unprecedented as far as I know with regards to Yarra Plenty Regional Libraries. They have never made a decision. No council has really made a decision to go on its own with regards to a library. It has always been a joint venture between the three councils and the Yarra Plenty Regional Library Service. And what I can't understand, Mayor and fellow councillors, is I've received over 100 emails with regards to don't get rid of the pool, don't vote for this, etc. But I did not receive one email from a community member saying we need a library. Please give us a library.
We already have a library.
Right?
Thank you.
So one of the things I am contemplating with my decision tonight, right now, is what do we need to create for this facility in the future? And I think now it's time for the community to get to work. In that now the investment is going to start coming. It may not come in the way that a vision portrayed it with 10 or 15 people, 20 people envisaged it. It can be totally different. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Di Pasquale. Councillor Castaldo.
Yeah, look, tonight we've heard a lot of people talk passionately about their area, their connection with their area. Everyone loves what they have and no one wants it taken away from them. The conversation seems to have been entirely focused on protecting that one thing that is being proposed to be taken away, the swimming pool. But every one of us councillors are fighting in the background and with our residents to deliver projects constantly. And we all care deeply about our local wards and the other wards. And we have to go on the information our officers provide us, what our community wants, and sometimes that doesn't align. But when we have to take into consideration everything, there's a couple of statistics that came to the forefront when I was looking at information that officers are telling us. And I know you don't want to hear this now, and I might get a boo and that, so go for it. But there's a few important things. Currently, there's close to 200 memberships for the pool and gym combined. We're getting statistics from officers suggesting that a facility the size of what we plan to put in should receive 400 to 600 members when it's fully operational. That means that the gym alone is likely to deliver an asset that is appreciated by more residents than the entirety of the pool and the gym together at this point in time. Then there's the library service. You get that for 3 hours a week now with a bus. But the proposal is to deliver 30 hours of a much bigger, better space. Now, people didn't talk about the library during this process, but I can tell you we've been having conversations with many in the community that said they want a library, and why doesn't Olympia have a library? But it's hard to talk about that now because we're playing them off against each other, and that's hard, I know.
Thank you. We have to keep going.
I know.
Thank you.
There's also one other piece that the ODM report provided us. 130 people from the 3081 area were either casual users or multi-pass users. Almost half were outside of the area, 122. So this pool isn't just for local residents, it's for broader community. And that can be argued that the pool is more important, and it can be argued that there are other options for people as well. In the ODM report, it didn't have a couple of other pools. It didn't talk about the pool down in Heidelberg that delivers large amounts of educational swimming for youth. And it didn't include the La Trobe University swimming pool that's also a few kilometres away. There's a lot of things to be considered, and we've asked endless questions. And Mary has asked hundreds of questions along this process. But I can't move away from some of these core statistics that are telling us we're going to have more. The other project was unfunded. We can get this one funded and immediately have a lot more people receiving services in that area. So on those grounds, I'll be supporting these two that are before us.
Thank you, Councillor Castaldo. Councillor O'Kane.
Thank you. The reason that people are talking about the pool is because that is what is at stake here. It's the pool, and the pool is valued. Of course we're talking about the pool, and we don't see that the library is the same value asset. We need a library and a pool. And you'll have to bear with me, sorry, Mayor, because I had structured my responses here in two different ways, and now I've got a third dimension, because I am finding some of what is being said tonight quite patronising. The community knows what it wants. It understands the complexities of the things that it needs every single day, and some of us have better lives, and some of us have just a lot of struggle in our lives. We know how to deal with those things. We know what we need. But the other thing is that I'm not going to get derailed on the argument of investment in Olympia tonight either, because you only have to walk around West Heidelberg to see the state of the social and community infrastructure there. This is a difficult, obviously, it's split into two parts, and I have requested it to be split into two parts. You know, because I cannot support Part A. I will not vote for Part A. But I hear and I understand, and I am pragmatic. And I know this is not the future that we wanted, but it is most likely the decision that will be made. So I will look to the future to make the very best of what this is proposing. I will do it with the same energy that I have given to advocating to keep the pool open and have the co-design plan honoured. I will also do this by seeking support from my co-councillors, and all of them have actually already given it, for the full revitalisation and reactivation of the centre, and for me, so as to move forward for its full redevelopment into a space of community excellence. Moreover, I will work towards the revitalisation of a vibrant Olympic Village precinct that attracts people there for connection and to celebrate its many storylines. I want to acknowledge the role of Alison Beckwith, our CEO, who more than anybody here in this room has journeyed through the various stages of her career with the best interests of OLC at heart. The outcome of this motion will be very meaningful to her also. She and her exec team have made available $1 million out of an extremely tight budget in very short notice, I think. I do want to highlight the words of Brother Doug at Exodus, Brother Doug of Exodus at Saturday's community meeting. Please do not frame the fate of the OLC in a way that pits precinct against precinct. We do need a way forward that is healing. Finally, I want to say thank you to everybody who rallied, with particular acknowledgement and thanks to the Olympic Village Action Network. You've just your activism is exemplary. It's phenomenal. And to my fellow councillors, regarding the OLC, this is only the beginning.
Thank you. I think I'm the last to speak before Councillor Grotti sums up. I wanted to just make a couple of quick points. The Banyule community, it is diverse, it is complex and constantly evolving, and I agree with the community. We need to reduce inequality and we need to increase access. And we cannot do this with Olympic Leisure as it stands. But an expansion of a gym and a library service will benefit the community in an impactful way. It is keeping an element of health and wellbeing. And the library is an opportunity, as mentioned by my fellow councillors, to connect with community and offering a bespoke program. So moving that 1.8 million in straight away to give the centre some activation in a way that gets more people there. And this will highlight to council, the state government and the federal government the potential of this of this community facility to have more investment. I know we've heard it, and I'll be quick, that education is one of the strongest predictors of long-term well-being and economic success. And, you know, it's the way to break cycles of disadvantage, helping lower socio-economic communities thrive into the next generation. Thank you, Councillor O'Kane, and the councillor group for engaging with the community, but particularly Councillor O'Kane. You've been critical towards ensuring that we all understand the weight of our decision this evening, because there is a lot of weight in it. And we have had, as mentioned by my fellow councillors, a layered approach to this. So understanding community need and looking strategically across the municipality and responding to emerging and changing needs. We must do that, and this is a growing area. So we have to make a decision now that is sustainable for the next 50 years. And I know that I, as well as Councillor McCain, would like to work with the community, and as my fellow councillors would like to work with the community who has pride in this space that really has been demonstrated by you tonight. Thank you. Councillor Grotti, to sum up.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of comments. One, I just wanted to offer a slightly different alternative opinion on the consultation forum that happened on the 21st. Given the situation that the community is confronted with, which is shutting down their pool, I thought that they were respectful, courteous and engaging. And I thought And in fact, I was utterly surprised actually with how dignified the community was. And so I just want to challenge any notion to the contrary in summing up. Secondly, I just want to set down for the record, Mary, I think you've been too kind to us tonight, at least publicly. But I think it just speaks to who you are, which is resolute, kind, compassionate, and with a view to the future. But I know that you're hurting as much as everyone here is tonight about what we're going to do. And that brings me to my third point, that I will be calling for a division on both items, because councillors have to be accountable for what we're doing. And if there's going to be a group of us, and I will be one of them, that are shutting down a pool, then I need to stand up and I need to be accountable, and I need to be able to look you in the eye. And unfortunately, that's what I'll do, so I will be calling for divisions on these items. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Grotti. So we will be voting on Part A. And as Councillor Grotti's called for a division, we will be required to stand as we vote. So I now put the motion of Part A to decommission all aquatic components at OLC, including pool, spa, sauna and associated plant at the end of October 2025. So to vote to decommission, you must stand. Yep, all.
Sorry, no photos are allowed.
And against Part A. Thank you. Thank you. I now call for the vote on Part B with the amendments as listed. I won't go through them again, so voting for the amendments. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. And thank you to the residents for your patience this evening. That was very tough. Okay, now we're just going back to the agenda. If people would like to move, we'll pause for 2 minutes. Okay, councillors, we'll keep moving. We're moving to item 3.1, proposed budget 2025 to 2029. Declarations of conflicts of interest. There is one speaker to this item. Dean Lavaniti from West Ivanhoe United Sports Club will address council in person and is speaking for the recommendation. Thank you, Dean. Is Dean, are you there? Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for the privilege to speak tonight. My name is Dean Lavaniti and I'm the Secretary of the West Ivanhoe United Sports Club. I'm here to express my wholehearted support for the 2025-26 Banyule Council budget. Our club currently has 400 members across cricket, netball and football, with around 35% of our participants being female. The growth of women's sport at West Ivanhoe is a priority for us, and providing suitable facilities is crucial to this goal. In the proposed budget, funds have been allocated for female-friendly change rooms, a facility we currently lack for both men and women. While our male members have managed with makeshift arrangements, having female-friendly change rooms will significantly enhance our club's ability to support and expand female participation in sports. Throughout the design process, Melinda Ramsey from Banyule Council has been incredibly helpful, providing excellent communication and support. We have also received unwavering support from Councillor Alida McKern. Councillor McKern has shown great interest in our club, particularly in this project, and has been involved in initiatives to plant native vegetation around our grounds. This project brings immense excitement to our club and will help us grow, providing better facilities for both female and male participants. Once again, thank you to Banyule Council, Melinda Ramsey and Councillor Alida McKern for their fantastic support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dean. I just wanted to note that I believe you may have been speaking to the budget item, so for councillors just to consider that when the budget does come up, that Dean was down for that one. Thank you, Dean. So before we move a motion, councillors, are there any questions? There's an officer report. Do I have a mover for this item? Moved, Councillor McKern. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Di Pasquale. Councillor McKern, do you wish to speak? Does the seconder wish to speak? No. Any other councillor? I put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? All councillors must vote. All those in favour? Yep, sorry, I looked around and it wasn't all done. The motion is carried. Item 3.2, the adoption of a proposed Banyule Plan and the Municipal Public Health and Wellbeing Plan. There are 5 speakers on this item. Our first speaker is Sean Mulcahy from the Rainbow Local Government and will address council in person, and he's speaking against the recommendation. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Mayor Neely and councillors, for this opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Sean Mulcahy and I'm speaking on behalf of Rainbow Local Government, which is a campaign to support LGBTIQA+ inclusion in Victoria's 79 local governments. And may I say at the outset that we really value the work that Banyule City Council does to support the LGBTIQA+ community. Whilst we were initially concerned by Council's decision to abolish the LGBTIQA+ Advisory Committee, we've since met with officers, including Director Tobacco, and understand the intention behind reconstituting it as an LGBTIQA+ champions group under the new Community Connection Advisory Committee. Similarly, we understand from officers that there's an intention to review the inclusive Banyule Plan that expires next year, and sincerely hope that it will be renewed as it sets out Council's plans to uplift LGBTIQA+ inclusion. However, we are concerned that the Banyule Plan 2025-2029 includes no specific actions relevant to the LGBTIQA+ community. And we ask that councillors amend the plan to list the services for the LGBTIQA+ community, including young people, and commit to maintaining Rainbow Tick for age-friendly programs. We don't want to play off one community against each other. We don't want to play off one ward against each other, but we simply want to ensure that our community is reflected and represented in this plan. This plan lists services for First Nations, older people and children. So the absence of services provided for the LGBTIQA+ community seems like a glaring omission. These are services that we know that Council is providing, but that should be included in the plan so that all the community is aware of this important work. And this would ensure that LGBTIQA+ residents of Banyule can clearly see the actions that Council's taking and the services that Council is providing to support them. Thank you, councillors, for listening, and please act to strengthen the plan by amending the officer's recommendation. I'm happy to answer any questions of clarification that you might.
Thank you, Sean. Oh, we do have a question.
I've got a question for the relevant officer. Thank you. For the relevant officer. The question was about actions for the LGBTIQA+ strategy, where is the key information that should inform our community about the actions we're taking?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Firstly, appreciate the comments made by the Speaker and for the recent discussions as well in relation to the other matter. So in terms of Council's current approach, we have embedded a range of LGBTIQA+ actions in operational plans. So we have very much embedded our commitment to representing and working with the LGBTIQA+ committee on a whole range of fronts. There are a range of rainbow accreditation commitments that we have, including a re-accreditation process that's scheduled for later on this year. So we do give commitment to the community that operationally we have LGBTIQA+ matters considered, notwithstanding Council's consideration of the Speaker's recommendation tonight.
Just one quick follow-up. Is that located somewhere on our website so that anyone searching for our role in this space?
Through you, Mayor. So Council's youth services operate a number of strategic documents which reference the LGBTIQA+ community. In relation to our aged services, we are currently Rainbow accredited. That service is listed on Council's website so that any member of the public who wishes to utilise our services can receive confirmation that we do have the appropriate accreditation in place.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jai Sanford, who will address Council in person and is speaking against the recommendation. Thank you, Jai.
Thanks, everyone. I'm speaking tonight as a young queer resident who loves this community and wants to see it continue to grow more inclusive, safe and supportive for everyone. And that involves equity. I'm sure everyone's seen that photo of the kids behind the fence and how there's boxes and how sometimes more boxes need to be put under someone to get them up to see. I want to start by saying the Banyule Plan 2025-2029 is very strong. It shows clear leadership in areas such as mental health, community safety, youth spaces and social connection. But the plan acknowledges a lot of diversity groups who need support, and it makes but it does miss a very vital piece, and that is that there are no targeted initiatives or commitments for LGBTQI+ residents, despite the clear and ongoing need. Queer people, especially young people like me, are disproportionately affected by mental ill health, social isolation and discrimination. We deserve to see ourselves reflected in our city's vision for inclusion. I'm asking Council to strengthen the plan by committing to things like peer support programs, mental health workshops, safe spaces, and the retention of the accreditation Director Tobacco just spoke about. I think it's not about overhauling the entire plan or even changing it substantially, it's just about finishing the job. Thanks.
Thank you, Jai. Our next speaker is Michelle Jovis, who will address Council in person and is speaking for the recommendation.
Thank you. I was a member of the external working group that provided input into the plan, and I want to thank my fellow participants, including Diane Williamson, who's a member of other council advisory committees and council staff, particularly Aidan Borthwick, the Health Equity Officer, Steph Ashby, Sharon Princey, and there was another lady who assisted, but I forget her name. I believe that the Municipal Health and Wellbeing Plan is a fantastic document, that it's a required document that Council are compelled to do based on State Government Health Wellbeing Act, and also required under the Climate Change Act and the Gender Equity Act. So I particularly value the thought that that has gone into the gender impact statement to make the plans and themes inclusive, noting that climate change impact women differently, but importantly, gender equity and environmental goals are mutually reinforcing, that they help one another. So, and this is especially in terms of safety and wellbeing. I also note the Council climate change response probably needs to be fleshed out and what are the actions that council are going to take to mitigate and abate climate change. And I also wanted to mention that one of the difficulties that the plan will face is the state government activity centre growth plans and increased population, and also to note that keeping the Olympic pool would have been consistent with the municipal health and wellbeing plan.
Thank you, Michelle. Now a video message will be played to the councillors on behalf of Jonathan Kowski, who is speaking against the recommendation.
Hi there, my name's John. I'm from Ivanhoe and I've lived in Banyule since October of last year. We're coming up on the 1-year anniversary. This has been a wonderful place to live. I feel very well serviced in my little section of Ivanhoe. I'm looking at the Banyule Plan. I've noticed there's currently no action specific to the LGBTIQA+ community. There are 2 mentions of the community so far underneath Goal 11, where the plan mentions tracking LGBTIQA+ participation and includes supporting LGBTIQA+ individuals underneath youth services. This is a good start, but this is Banyule. We're not good, we're great. So I would like to see the plan amended to list services specifically for the LGBTIQA+ community, like there are for many other communities and services, including young people and young families, and just commit to maintaining the rainbow tick for age-friendly programs. I think that would go a long way to showing the community that our differences aren't just like to be respected and accepted, but celebrated over here in Banyule and make it an even more appealing place to live. Thank you so much for listening, and I really encourage the councillors to take some action on this. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you for the video. Our next video, though I do note Melissa Murphy-Webster is in the gallery, but a video message will be played. Yes. Who is speaking? Melissa speaking against the recommendation.
Although there is a lot of great sections in this plan, I have concerns. Firstly, I remain uncomfortable with the use of quantifiable data that has been reported as inaccurate, regardless of the size of the data. This has now been brought to Council's attention no less than 3 times. This type of reporting undermines the credibility of the outcomes. In regards to the health and wellbeing plan, I don't recall seeing any surveys that address the areas that the plan makes statistical claims about. Could you please clarify the source of this data? Next, with Banyule being a very multicultural community, the council takes very much pride in its commitment to inclusivity. However, I'm not seeing clear multicultural representation in the plan, which appears inconsistent with that commitment. Lastly, I'm personally very passionate about environmental care and reducing consumption. That being said, I feel council sometimes conflates environmental concerns in a way that heighten fear, rather than easing the mental strain caused by such anxieties. Council have been presented with significant documentation that could ease the burden being placed on residents, particularly younger generations. I would like to see the council be more transparent with which limited source of information is being used in the interest of better serving the community. Thank you.
Thank you for that video. Councillors, before we move a motion, are there any questions to officers? No? There's an officer report before you and set out in the agenda papers. I'm now calling for a motion. Moved Councillor McKern, seconded Councillor Garotti.
We're looking for an amendment.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Yep, so I'm happy to move. Yep.
Okay.
By Councillor Garotti, Councillor O'Kane and myself as a combined series of motions. And I'll speak to the amendments that Council Point 3 incorporate into the Banyule Plan a comprehensive listing of LGBTQIA+ services and supports delivered by Council that are planned for and scheduled for delivery. That Council 4 maintain its Rainbow Tick accreditation. That Council 5 receive a target progress update for Banyule Plan KPIs at midterm to include the opportunity to review KPI targets for each set priority, and that Council, point 6, amend one target for KPIs in priority 6, which is the trusted and responsive leadership, being Council performance, informing the community that Council aspires to an index score of 8 out of 10 community satisfaction.
So moved. And Councillor Grotti, you second that? With those amendments?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Very happy to second that.
Does the mover wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to the speakers too. I am hoping that the amendments to this motion address your issues. I'm seeing that nod yes and thumbs up. That's good. I didn't actually include those 2 points with regards to LGBTQIA+. I believe my colleagues did, and they'll likely speak to it. The proposed Banyule Plan is indeed very important because it is Council's key strategic document. The overarching document outlines Council priorities, services and activities for the 4-year Council term. And what I must say is I do like the way this document is developed. Like the previous Banyule Plan, this plan was developed through deliberative community engagement via the Banyule think tank exercise, where a group of 55 community members selected from 400 representing a cross-section of our Banyule community came together over a 6-month period to work towards recommending priorities and principles to shape this very guiding roadmap. And it delivers, hopefully, on the community vision. I spoke earlier about a Banyule way. This vision really speaks to a certain way of doing things, the Banyule way of doing things. And it is, for your benefit, we in Banyule are a thriving, sustainable, inclusive and connected community. We are engaged, we belong and we value and protect our environment. Outstanding. What I also like about this document is that the 6 priority themes of the community vision are more than a motherhood statement. They're actually supported by key performance indicators with success measures and targets, the completion of those targets being, of course, the end of this council term. A comment about the KPIs. For KPIs to be meaningful, they should demonstrate performance uplift. I'm concerned that many, if not most of the targets, speak to pretty much holding the existing baseline in relation to outcomes. If Council is genuinely committed to continuous improvement, which is a highlighted statement in the document, then we should be aiming to set quantifiable targets for tangible improvement, not merely maintaining the status quo. And that's a reason I've put in an amendment with regards to informing the community about council activity. Time and time again, we hear from the community that they don't know what's going on. We heard it from a number of the OLC community that didn't understand much about the community consultation process, didn't know it was happening. We currently score against the independent community satisfaction survey that was done in 2025, about 6.2 or 6.3 out of 10 for community satisfaction in this area. I think we should aspire to lift that to 8 out of 10. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to achieve that. So by having these mid-term review, we'll be able to look at some of those targets and hopefully lift them to get the best possible results for all our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McKern. Councillor Garotti.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So obviously this plan went through a draft process and now it's coming here for final adoption. Happy to be incorporating these slight amendments to the officer recommendation and to reflect them in the plan. Thank you to the speakers. Thank you also to Jai for reaching out to councillors via email. I think that was quite important in helping us to reflect these amendments in the plan. So thank you for that. I just found it interesting that myself to have a quick look around what Council is doing for our LGBTIQ plus community, according to ChatGPT. But we do have an inclusive Banyule Plan, 2022-26, a Golden Rainbow social group, a Rainbow Space for youth. So that's for those that are aged 12 to 25 with Banyule Youth Services. A range of brochures and resources, counselling and helplines. So I was, because I just wanted to check myself to think, what are we doing? You know, exactly precisely what are we doing in this space? So it seems like we're doing quite a bit. And I think, though, it's important to formally recognise that in the adopted plan. So hopefully we're meeting the needs of that community, and very happy to be putting forward this to the Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Garotti. Councillor Champion.
Thanks, Mayor. Just to put Councillor Rick's mind at ease, yes, we have a very active LGBTIQA plus community. They are invested, they are very intelligent, and they want to be involved. So I'm not surprised we've had some comments from the community. So thanks very much for asking.
Thank you, Councillor. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Di Pasquale.
Mayor, thank you. Very happy to support this evening with regards to the plan coming up for the next 4 years. But possibly just thinking about it now, the Public Health and Wellbeing Plan, the way that we are discussing it this evening is probably, in my mind, I would like to explore it a little bit further in the next few months, possibly, because if we go to the definition of what health is, it's a state of complete physical, mental and social wellbeing, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. And when we look at people within our community, we see much physical, not health. We have obesity levels very, very high in Australia, inactivity, sedentary lifestyles, so that's suffering. Mental health is at an all-time high with regards to mental health issues, suicides, etc. And with regards to social wellbeing, we are seeing, you know, we're talking about many social aspects this evening, and we always discuss social, whether it be limitations, how to include people more socially, etc. So I think it's more of a crisis than what we think it is. And I think the plan is a good plan. It steps forward the steps of what we need to do as a council, but the health and wellbeing plan, I think, needs to be a little bit more poignant and a little bit more supportive for our community, I think. And I know it's a state government regulation that we need to be putting it within our plan, but and the reason why I say that is because I don't necessarily think the state and the federal government really have their understanding around what sort of a crisis we are in this country with regards to physical, mental and social health problems. So yeah, so just probably throwing on the table that I may be looking to do a little bit more work and conversations amongst councillors in the coming months. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Di Pasquale. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Castaldo.
Yeah, we've had a lot on our agenda, so I didn't spend as much time on this as I'd like to have, but I can tell you there's a group of people that did, and those are the people that were part of the think tank. They put in tremendous hours, and so did the staff that supported all those people. And they put a lot of time, effort, and worked with the best possible information and statistics available to them to acknowledge all of that work that was done in that space. And I think we've got Michelle Jarvis, who was one of those. I'm not sure if there's anyone else here tonight that was part of that committee. I'd also like to thank those that came along tonight to push and ensure we include all that is necessary to raise the bar in council. I'm talking to you, Sean, Jai and John, who's somewhere out there. While we did rank #1 in the state for LGBTIQA+ recently, in recent years, we need to keep working in this space. It was good to see that over 12% of our community now feel free and comfortable to identify as they choose to and are proud to be part of that community. We've got a long way to go in this, but we've got a long way to go in a lot of other areas. I'm really happy to see the word wellbeing is connected as part of this plan, because everything we do at council, it's not just a plan, that doesn't say a whole lot, but it's a wellbeing plan. as part of this, tightly wrapped up, and everything we do goes to raising the well-being of all of our community and the little critters, animals and the biodiversity and the trees and everything else. We're all dependent on each other. It's an important ecosystem, and I think this plan reflects the importance of many of those areas.
Thank you, Councillor Castaldo. I'll just add a few comments. The Banyule delivery plan is guided by the community vision, and the plan, which together reflect our strategic commitment to fostering an inclusive and healthy community. While it outlines high-level actions, it does not capture the full breadth of Council's operational work. So I just wanted to highlight that, particularly initiatives that are ongoing or embedded in our business as usual activities. So Council has a number of plans and strategies that host more detail and strategic purpose relevant to a subject area. So just to comment on the amendments, more detailed commitments, those specific to LGBTIQA+ community, are articulated in other key documents that Councillor Grotti just Googled, such as, or whatever he did, as the Inclusive Banyule Plan 2022 to 26 and associated action plans. So I'll put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried. Item 3.3, adoption of the proposed budget. Just note the previous speaker. So are there any questions to officers? No. There's an officer report in the agenda papers. I'm now calling for a motion. Moved, Councillor Grotti. Seconded, Councillor McKern. Councillor Grotti, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Happy to speak. You hadn't already done that.
So we will move with an amendment. So Councillor Grotti.
We will move an amendment that I'm confused now. I don't think we're going ahead with the motion, that amendment from Councillor McKern. So we will need to items that have been, which require not. So
Sorry, Councillor Grotti, can I just assist there? Yeah. We might just add. Does it end at point 3? Sorry. No. So we might just add after point 4 a new point 5 to include the 1.8 million allocation from item 4.1 in this evening's meeting to be allocated to the Olympic Leisure Centre.
But Chief Executive,
yeah,
I'm just conscious of the fact that if we're adding that to the recommendation, then all of the financial statements will have to be updated accordingly.
Yeah.
Okay. So it'll be a 0.5 that and add an additional $1.8 million allocation.
Yeah.
And noting that all of the associated financial statements will be updated accordingly for that development. Okay. Yep.
Through you, Mayor, I'll ask the mover if he would consider the inclusion of the amendment regarding the 2 nursery line items that were rejigged in the pre-meeting to reflect a more, I suppose, of a consensus outcome.
Discussion. Yeah. Do we have a wording for that, Councillor McKern?
We do, but for some reason it's in an alternative motion. which I didn't expect would be the case.
Can we go back to that alternative, officers? Okay. Oh, so we're noting. Okay. Well, I think that having seen the wording there, I think that reflects the intent of discussions with the group, given that it's noting. So the council, so the motion that I'll be putting forward is 1 as is. 2, note that the budget initiative items for the urban forest strategy include A, an allocation of $350,000 to upgrade nursery capacity, and an allocation of $101,000 for 2 additional positions for a 3-year period, and are required to manage the significantly increased volume of trees that are currently being purchased to support the accelerated tree planting. And B, a business case will be prepared and presented to council for consideration prior to any further development of the nursery site. Point number 3 as is, and then we move forward. A new point 4, or point 4 as is, a new point 5 that council include the $1.8 million allocation arising from the resolution of item 4.1 at this evening's council meeting to be allocated to the Olympic Leisure Centre, and note that all associated financial documents will be adjusted accordingly. 6, 7 and 8 as is. So moved.
Councillor Castaldo.
I've just got a quick question before I can support this or vote on this for the relevant officer through you, Mayor, that the previous amendment does not slow down the progress of our urban forest strategy and doesn't prevent any of the actions moving forward at the moment.
Thank you. Director.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mayor, yes, that's correct. The previous alteration won't slow down any actions within the urban forest strategy.
Through you, Mayor, point 2 actually allocates the appropriate amount of resource for a 3-year period to actually accelerate the tree planting program through our advocacy with NELP.
But this is noting, Councillor, it's not deferring or holding up.
Thank you, and thank you. So you second the motion? Okay, does the mover wish to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I had a summary prepared based on what I thought the budget position of the council would be. I'm just going to have to now revise all that by another 1.8 million. So the council will now be delivering a surplus of 16.2 million and an underlying deficit of 2 million. So that deficit now has increased from 300,000 to 2 million underlying. And I think it speaks to the fact that when we make decisions, they have real impacts financially. We're going to have to find amongst ourselves and with the CEO now another $2 million when we're essentially at break even from an underlying perspective, which was a good position to be in. Pleasingly, our debt will continue to reduce under this budget. So debt will reduce by a further 1.3 million. Our borrowing costs over the next 4 years will reduce from 1.5 million per annum to 1.1 million. They're going to get under 1 million. I note that over the last 12 years, our interest costs have reduced from over $3.5 million a year to 1.5 million. So that's $2 million a year now that we're putting into services and infrastructure that we couldn't previously do because we were servicing debt and interest. So I think this is a good budget. We're delivering an overall surplus. We're going to be doing work to get that underlying deficit back to surplus. We're continuing to reduce debt, and we're continuing the pathway of reducing the amount of money that we just put into interest payments and putting back into community services. So I think this is a good story for the community and for the council. But as I note, it just highlights as well the dynamic nature that we're in. And when we go to make resource allocation decisions, they have a real impact. But very happy to put this forward for final adoption. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Grotti. Does the seconder wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. But before I do, I would like to just seek a point of clarification through you from the Director of City Services regarding the allocation of 350,000 plus 101,000 in point 2A. Can we confirm that that is indeed to support the accelerated tree planting directly associated with NELP?
Thank you. To the Director. Bennett.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mayor. It's a combination of certainly upscaling our capacity to increase the tree planting, given the recent funding that has been confirmed through NELP, but also the UFS also called for increased planting. In addition to that, in years, I think it was 3, 4 and 5 of that urban forest strategy.
Thank you. Yes, a 12-month budget for council and some interesting big ticket items, which I thought I would touch on. Those over several $1 million. Shelley Park Pavilion redevelopment, $3,450,000, nearly $3 million of which is coming from federal government funding. Bandura preschool upgrade, $4.5 million. Olympic Park program of projects, the pavilion specifically, $3.25 million. Watermark, $4.68 million, and that does include $2.35 million funded by the federal government for electrification of Watermark. McLeod Park Pavilion and Change Rooms, $1.83 million, including about $500,000 of grant monies. Roads rehabilitation, $2.3 million. Watsonia Town Square construction, $2 million. Rosanna Library fit out, $8 million. And we also have the footpath replacement program of $3 million. So there's some of the big ticket items I picked out in relation to capital works initiatives. We're investing $11.14 million, and a significant amount of that is going towards implementing the Banyule Urban Forest Strategy, as it is uplifting council's IT and digital initiatives to streamline processes. I did want to touch on, though, the nursery. With the Urban Forest Strategy and increase in tree planting to achieve our 30% canopy cover, there's going to be significantly more trees planted and more activity at the nursery. However, I am conscious of how much money we're investing in that nursery and how we're going to do it. In my opinion, nursery operations are not core council business. There are many wholesalers and suppliers who do this work and do it well and do it at a good cost. So I'm going to be interested to see what the business plan is for any potential expansion of the plant nursery at the depot for future planting of trees to service the urban forest strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKern. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Castaldo.
Yeah, I'll just acknowledge all the officers' time trying to crunch the numbers and get us to where we are today. This journey has been for about 6 months, but this journey continues right throughout the next 12 months as we implement our budget and capital works program and all our services. We continuously try and keep to budget. And I know in past years we've continued to put ourselves in a better financial position over the year. as we find additional grants. We've got opportunities in that space. We've got opportunities to build efficiencies in, and we'll continue to work with our team, who I have full confidence in that by the end of the year, the underlying deficit won't be $2 million, but I believe will be less than that, and we will continue to work in this space. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Castaldo. Councillor Wood.
Yeah, just a couple of extra comments. I won't double up on some of the things that have been said. Yeah, I too was looking forward to the 200K, but underlying deficit. But I agree. I think being aggressive this year, we will do better than that. So congratulating the officers, a solid budget, it's responsible. So it can't be understated that we're meeting our compliance requirements, which is obviously really important here. $71 million next year in capital works is the total that was being touched on. And a couple of extra things. A couple of months ago, we passed a package of work for combating homelessness of $500,000 sits in that budget. So we talked earlier in some other items about business models and social value, and we're delivering social value in spades. So I'm very proud of this budget, and all of Banyule should be too. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Councillor O'Kane.
Thank you, Mayor. I just very quick comment to thank the exec team for their extraordinary work in improving the budget every quarter. We got such incredible progress towards getting so close to eradicating that underlying deficit. So you doing that has made it possible for, again, the exec team to pull that 1.8 million together to put towards the OLC uplift and introduction of the library. So I want to thank you very much for all that work that made that possible, and also to thank my fellow councillors as well for accepting that, because it would have been very lovely to have got completely out of debt, but you have taken this on board and included it and accepted it, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Kane. Councillor Curry.
Thanks, Mayor. Just very quickly, I think most of my thoughts have been said, so I thank the other councillors for moving through those capital works. I think that was important. Just want to send some appreciation out to all the people that contributed and committed their time, particularly the think tank, and also the people that came to the budget meeting, took the time out to put in their requests. I know not everybody was got what they wanted, and council can adapt as things change. So even though we put this forward as our plan, council are cognizant that when the need arises, that we can pivot if necessary. And I think showing this $1.8 million commitment into the pool, into the OLC, that's a terrible mistake, has shown that we can pivot and pull some funds to change that picture. Apologies for that mistake there. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Yeah, my fellow councillors have said also what I was going to say. So just to sum up, that council has been able to deliver high quality services and infrastructure to the community. I wanted to also highlight the support we've had for local businesses and precincts, you know, that's been a focus of ours. Also neighbourhood houses, libraries, and the array of community events that we hold that is precious to our residents. I put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried. Next item is 3.4, adoption of the proposed 10-year asset plan, 225 to 235. I just think about how old I'm going to be by 235. There are 3 speakers, I believe, 2 speakers on this item. A pre-recorded video message will be played by Council on behalf of Melissa Murphy-Webster, who is speaking against the recommendation.
I cannot stress how frustrating it is watching Banyule continue to ignore information that doesn't align with their preconceived views and agendas. Reliance on renewables makes widespread blackouts more likely. We have seen results in other countries already. The report reads, replacement of gas equipment is prioritised for renewable over existing electricity. Banyule themselves have non-renewables for redundancy, whilst very strongly encouraging residents to remove their redundancy options such as gas, petrol and diesel. There seems to be a lack of transparency provided to residents about pros and cons. Not only renewable is a cash-grabbing paradox, it is, as Banyule has been warned multiple times, poses significant human rights issues and is not environmentally sustainable, especially in mining, installing the infrastructure and end-of-life process. In addition, it has significant cost impacts. An estimated 4 million individual panels are decommissioned every year in Australia. This is expected to double to 8 million due to increased solar uptake, even before accounting for the forecast wave of new systems and upgrades driven by the government battery installation subsidy. Currently, there's no mandatory recycling scheme for solar panels. As a result, only about 10% of panels are recycled. The rest are stockpiled, sent overseas, or end up in landfill where the land becomes poisoned. Also, there is no such thing as zero-emission vehicles. Vehicle particle matter from brake pads and road wear due to friction is responsible for the majority of VPM, and as they become heavier, the friction increases. Thus, the total replacement of existing fleet for zero emissions is futile. Lastly, as previously warned, the skies will begin to be sprayed with more aerosols to reduce the impact of the sun, thus making PVs a poor choice for energy generation. I strongly recommend Banyule to look into other materials to obtain a holistic view. Thank you.
Thank you for the video. Our next speaker is Michelle Jovis, who will address Council in person and is speaking for the recommendation. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. I note that this deals with $1.28 billion of assets, which is, incredible. But I guess not surprising when we have such a large municipality. And I note that, again, there's been a power of work done in this report, but I was looking for greater flexibility. And that's, probably didn't have a chance to read it all, but flexibility to consider emerging maintenance issues that might be arising from the activated shopping strips that have been done recently or are in need of attention. And I was thinking especially of the Lower Plenty shops. Needs some money spent on it. The flexibility to adjust priorities, and I was thinking along the lines of footpaths. I would think that risk assessments and condition audit reports should show that footpaths in Montmorency and Briar Hill need considerable attention, and there's more than likely other areas throughout the municipality that I'm just not familiar with that would need attention, possibly West Heidelberg, for instance. So I would be hoping that the condition audit reports also look at the risk assessments as in tripping hazards. We also need flexibility to adjust to state government policies impacting Banyule, and significantly the 17-storey tower in Greensborough, and changes that will result from the Heidelberg Activity Centre, implementation plans to come. We also need flexibility to deal with climate change impacts, which is flood, droughts and storms, and noting that the deliberative engagement, we used the think tank, which I think was a great process, and that they prioritise maintaining existing assets and facilities to make them more adaptable and fit for purpose, and it's using best available technology. And I also note the council has an ambitious plan for carbon neutral for corporate emissions by 2028. And this is ambitious, as it's only a few short years away, but it's still an admirable target. And if we don't reach it, you know, there can be reasons why, and it can be adjusted. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Before we move a motion, councillors, are there any questions to officers? No? There's an officer report. I'm now calling for a motion. Do I have a mover? Moved Councillor Wood, seconded Councillor Champion. Does the mover wish to speak? Does the seconder wish to speak? Does any other councillor wish to speak? I put the motion to...
I will.
Yep.
Look, this asset plan is an important document. We've got to look after a lot of assets across Banyule. One of them is the Ivanhoe swimming pool. We've just been notified recently that there's significant work that needs to be done on that, and not too far off. And it's not too unlike what was the cause for the shutdown of the Olympic children's pool. So a lot of work does need to happen, and a lot of budget allocations need to come in further future budgets. So just noting, all officers, that this is important work. Thank you for bringing this forward, for getting into the detail and bringing forward all the projects we need to over the next 10 years.
Thank you, Councillor Castaldo. I put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried. Item 3.5, adoption of the Revenue and Rating Plan 2025 to 29. There is one speaker on this item. Stephen Cullen will address council in person, and he's speaking for the recommendation. Thank you, Stephen.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm a resident of Banyule. I understand the challenge of achieving the perfect rate charging method. For residences, while some might feel it's a blunt instrument, the differential approach using residential improved value based on where you live is one that I support. What it does mean, though, is that some in our community effectively bear more of the revenue load and therefore indirectly subsidise others. And that's as it should be, to try to make it as equitable as possible. By how much more is not easy to determine in the papers, but the table listed at Agenda 4.4, being the Emergency Services and Voluntary Fund Levy, gives a small insight. Here the median for, say, Eaglemont. An Eaglemont residence is twice or double what it is for a nearby suburb. So $473 compared to about $243. Further, as an example, the same Eaglemont residents might argue they don't enjoy a share of specific investment for new and improved initiatives or infrastructure that reflects the higher rate burden. At the end of the day, though, they do understand the need of others in the Banyule community are sometimes of a higher priority. Again, I do support this differential rating method as we are a community. In terms of equity, what does concern me is an emerging us versus them narrative, which one sometimes hears. The article in The Age last Friday, which contrasted the disadvantaged profile of some suburbs to the so-called affluent in Ivanhoe, is an example. Divisive narrative is happening too often on the global and national stage. I know as Banyule leaders, you feel that you represent and support everyone in our community, wherever they live. When we talk about our Banyule way, and indeed our sixth strategic objective being our trusted and responsive leadership, and I heard earlier you refer to yourselves as the board, specifically that we work collaboratively towards our goals, as leaders, let's be alive to the harm that divisive narrative does. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Stephen, for that insight. Okay. Do I have a mover for the motion? Moved Councillor McKern. Do I have a seconder? Seconded Councillor Garotti. Councillor McKern.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you for the statement by Mr Cullen. I think it's very appropriate and speaks to a number of matters that we've addressed this evening. It's something for us all to reflect on, the importance of harmonious collaboration within this community, because that's how we get the job done. And I do like your reference to the Banyule way. It's uplifting. I'd like to talk to a specific part of the rating plan, probably picking up on some of the things that Mr Cullen has spoken to. I probably have a little bit of a different opinion, but that's okay. That's what democracy is about. It's been a few years now since the public and curbside waste rates have been separated from our general rates. And it's considered a fairer way of charging the levy with respect to apartment dwellers in particular, those who can't benefit from council's curbside waste service. First, as a levy through their general rates for a service that they weren't receiving, and then as a levy for private collection through their body corporate. So, and I think the gentleman is in the gallery who pointed this out to us in the first instance, how there was double dipping going on, which has been effectively addressed. However, the waste levy isn't subject to rate capping. So whilst we might have a rate cap on general rates, and I believe it's 2.75% at the moment, this particular levy on waste collection is a cost-neutral levy that works on essentially the cost for council to bear to collect rubbish from curbside, so the individualised service for every residence that qualifies, and also public waste removal. This plan will see ratepayers paying an extra 64% for public waste removal and 12% more for curbside waste removal. The issue here is the constant upward creep of the cost of waste service delivery. Three main reasons for this increase: the increase in the state government's levy for disposing of landfill, which is essentially the price we pay at the tip gate, the cost of running our waste transfer station, and recouping the under-recovered cost from last year, when you'll recall council lost 1.4 million due to placing a 2.75 cap on the waste rate levied to ratepayers. So what's the future outlook? The state government will keep increasing the cost of dumping our waste into landfill. The forecast is for an increase of 28%. The current council model does nothing to incentivise reduction in waste reduction, which is a council target via our zero waste management plan. We do need to review our model of charging ratepayers for waste collection. About 80% of other councils have a charge system which allows for charges based on the amount of landfill generated, not based on capital improved value of your home, which is totally unrelated to waste reduction. We also need to consider Banyule's ageing population, which is in excess of the greater Melbourne average.
I know we've gone over, a lot of people have tonight, but I'm just reining it in.
I will sum up, thank you. This is a real issue for many people in our community who are asset-rich, cash poor and want to age in place. We need to look after these people too. But through you, Mayor, if possible, I was hoping to ask our Director of Finances for his opinion on this matter, and also just to mention that given that there has been some controversy about this levy, I have called for a review of our current model, which I believe Council will be considering this year.
Not sure about having an opinion on the matter, but some information on the matter. On the waste rate or charge.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Mayor. If the question is, are we going to review our waste rate methodology as part of the annual revenue and rating plan review? Absolutely, yes. We've committed to reviewing that based on any changes to guidelines from the ministerial guidelines. So we rely on those guidelines to inform our practices, and we'll be reviewing that in line with any changes to the guidelines, as well as feedback from individual councillors, ready for next financial year's budget.
Thank you, Director Gilio. Does the seconder wish to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Look, I do actually want to thank Stephen Cullen for very considered comments and respectful comments, and a reminder to us all about our role in servicing the whole city and not just individual locales. Thank you for that, Stephen. I just wanted to reflect on our current rating structure. A hallmark of government taxation and service delivery in Australia is progressive taxation. The more you earn, the greater the value of your property, the more you pay. That's how we do it in Australia. The rating approach that Banyule has to waste costs, which is a rate, reflects this principle. A move to having waste costs as a charge, a fixed charge, as some people in the community and indeed some of my colleagues are arguing, in my view would be a move to an American-style user pay system. And one thing I will fight against, I will fight hard, I'll fight passionately, is to keep progressive taxation in this council, to keep an Australian way of doing things. I'm not signing up to American user pays for our residents and ratepayers. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Garotti. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor O'Kane.
Thank you. I'd just like to support the words of Councillor Garotti. I think it's a point of important principle, and I think that is, I support it wholeheartedly. If I was to put a footnote to it, I think that introducing a charge would also bring in a lot of complexity that would really need to be explored fully, because I think there'd be what we would call externalities to that policy that would actually cost council even more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Kane. Does any other councillor Castaldo?
Yes, but before I speak to this item, through you, Mayor, I'd like to ask the relevant officer a question regarding, there was some advice provided to council from an authority that suggested that the waste rate was not an appropriate method of determining the cost to our residents. Could the relevant officer please speak to the authority and what their recommendation was?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. I think Councillor Castaldo is referring to the ministerial guidelines on waste charges. Just to summarise what the guidelines say, they don't prohibit the use of a waste rate or a charge for the collection of refuse. What it does say, it's not good practice to have a waste rate for curbside collection in the current guidelines, but it's confirmed it's not prohibited. It's considered not to be good practice.
Do you wish to speak to the item?
Yes, please. On that item, I'll just hold that for a second, but firstly I'd like to acknowledge the fine words we heard from Stephen Cullen tonight about the importance of our work. Absolutely, no better words have been spoken, despite some tremendous impassioned words that really need to be acknowledged earlier on this evening as well. But there's some things that we need to dig deeper in, and evidenced by essential services, I believe it may have been as well, that provided advice to council that it's not an appropriate method to determine how waste should be paid for by our residents. I'm all for progressive taxation, but sometimes that shouldn't be the case when everyone has exactly the same bin at the front of their property. The service is exactly the same. We don't charge people different fees when they go to the shop for each item they purchase. That's very important to acknowledge. There's a degree at which we go to sharing the load, but when the load is not shared, when the load should be borne by the user, when there's other advantages of that method, so when behaviours that we're trying to reduce, and that is the production of waste, we need to have indicators to encourage behaviour that leads to good outcomes as well. We need to incorporate all that information in and not rush to a generalisation that one approach is the approach that should be used in all circumstances. I'll continue to fight for the change to a charge as opposed to a rate on that item, and like Councillor McKern has raised this evening, I will continue to support that approach, but very mindful of exactly what our residents spoke about this evening. Stephen, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Di Pasquale.
Thank you, Mayor. So, with regards to our rating plan and revenue plan, I think it's a lot easier being a councillor these days with regards to a rate cap. Back in the old days, it was a bit of an art. We had to establish what the community needed, what they wanted, how we could deliver that in the scope of what the rates were bringing into the coffers of council, and we had the decision to raise them anywhere from 0 to whatever. I think in Banyule, traditionally, we were very, very responsible. Traditionally, our rates were much lower than our counterparts, to our neighbours. For much better service, you always have many people in other municipalities wishing that they were in Banyule because rates were less for many, many years. And then the pressure came on because the state government put the pressure on with regards to the waste levy. Okay, so therefore we get the recommendation to pull out a part of the rate into a separate bucket to pay for waste removal, knowing that there's no way, and the state government knew there's no way that they would be able to keep, or the communities could keep, the cost of that under the 2.53% rate cap. So on one hand, they moved to a rate cap, and then the second, they're now recommending to bring it out and put a charge, and then say that a charge is a better way of doing it rather than a rate. I think a charge is an underhanded way of getting around and totally neglecting why the original rate system was brought in, to be the fairest way to disperse the cost of amenities in proportion to what your property is rated at. That was the most fair way. So what I'm hearing with regards to how that is going to change, I think it's just a taxation that's being added to the rate rather than a fair and equitable way of doing it across the whole municipality. So, yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Di Pasquale. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor McKern.
I'd like to thank my colleagues for their comments. This topic is obviously of considerable interest for different reasons to all the councillor group. I think one of the things when it comes up for discussion later in this year, we will have to ask ourselves is what is our main priority here? Is it a progressive tax system for waste collection, or is it to minimise waste? And does our current levying system achieve waste minimisation? Bearing in mind that the state government will continue to increase the cost of dumping our landfill at the gate. So we need to have that discussion about what our priorities are. Social equity versus waste minimisation. How do we incentivise waste minimisation if we continue on this progressive taxing system of rating waste collection? Something to reflect on, and I'm sure we'll be debating a lot more in the months to come. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor McCann, I put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried. Item 3.6, adoption of rates financial hardship policy, 25 to 29. There are no speakers on this item. There is a motion. Are there any questions before we move the motion of officers? No. Moved Councillor Garotti, seconded Councillor Di Pasquale. Councillor Garotti, do you wish to speak? Councillor Di Pasquale, do you wish to speak? Does any other councillor wish to speak? I'll speak. Officers processed 488 hardship applications worth over $100,000 of rates being waived for 200 ratepayers. So it's been a really rigorous process to date and acknowledges people who are unemployed or in poor health or having caring responsibilities which impact their ability to earn an income. So all people with healthcare cards. So I wanted to just mention the importance of this policy. I put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried. Item 3.7, Banyule Cemeteries Trust, fees and budget. There are no speakers on this item. I'm now calling for a motion. Moved Councillor Garotti. Do I have a seconder? Seconded Councillor O'Kane. Do you wish to speak?
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Just to note that we'll be adopting a budget that has a surplus for the Trust over the next 2 years. So a good position for the Trust, because I think it wasn't too long ago where we were getting recommendations from officers for us to pay a substantial amount to offload the asset. And yeah, year in, year out, and thank you to the work of Linda and her team, we're returning a surplus from it and building up the cash reserve. So thank you for that, and I think that's a good position for council. Thank you, Liz. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Garotti. Does the seconder wish to speak? Summed up well. Any other councillor wish to speak? The motion to a vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried. Item 3.8, record of councillor meetings. There are no speakers. There's an officer report. Moved Councillor Champion. Seconded Councillor O'Kane. Does the mover or seconder wish to speak? I put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried. Okay. Now we're moving to item 4.2, advisory committee membership. There are no speakers on this item. There's an officer report in the agenda papers. If we could have a look at how we're going to... Yep. Okay. So there is an additional point here, point 3. Do I have a councillor to take me through this point 3? Note. Whose motion?
I'm happy to move at 1.1, 2 and 3, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
And point 3 being note the Urban Food Strategy Working Group will report through to the Sustainable Living Advisory Committee rather than the Banyule Environment and Climate Action Advisory Committee. Thank you, Mayor.
Do I have a seconder? Seconded Councillor McKern. Does anyone wish to speak? No. Okay, we'll put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried. We are getting tired tonight. Very. Okay, item 4.3, appointment of councillor delegates to advisory committees. There are no speakers on this item. There is a committee where multiple councillors have nominated to be the councillor delegate. and co-chair for the First Nations Advisory Committee, and as part of the terms of reference, for each only one delegate and one substitute are permitted, and as such these positions will need to be decided via a vote. So a vote will now be undertaken to determine the delegates on this committee, and following the votes, I'll invite Linda Chappell, the Manager of Governance and Integrity, to read out the delegates list for consideration and adoption. Okay.
I think we need a motion to move, don't we?
So where is it? Where's the motion? No, we don't need a motion. So what we need is to vote first on the First Nations Advisory Committee, Council delegate and co-chair. So
Mayor,
both.
May I suggest, wouldn't there be a mover and a seconder, and then there'll be debate on the items and all the delegates and substitutes for the committees?
Yes, usually. This is a bit tricky because we've got all different committees that we need to appoint. We would normally do them at once, but if you'd like to take us through the process, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So usually what would happen is you would have your motion on the table to affirm the advisory committee's membership, or the councillor delegates and councillor substitute delegates. In this instance though, because you've got multiple nominees for the councillor delegate position and co-chair position of the First Nations Advisory Committee, you're required to take a vote to get who the nominee is going to be put forward, and then that is then confirmed via the motion. So you will take a vote for each delegate now, and then that will be the delegate that is put forward pending the outcome of that vote.
Okay, we happy with that? So, councillors, I'll read out my notes. Councillors, both Councillor Castaldo and Councillor Di Pasquale have nominated to be the councillor delegate for this committee. I will proceed to take the vote in the order that the nominations occurred. The councillor with the majority vote will be determined as the nominee put forward for consideration and adoption by council. So all those in favour of Councillor Peter Castaldo?
Mayor.
Yes.
I have some questions.
Okay. Left it till last minute. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Mayor. Councillor Castaldo, I'd be interested to know what your motives are for chairing this committee, and second part of the question, what you think you bring to this committee.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Firstly, I have a keen interest in making sure that all groups in our community are supported and have their voice heard. And our First Nations community is one that does need that. And while there aren't any First Nations people on our council, they need representatives here to hear them, to spend time with them, and to know what their priorities are. And I have made a dedicated effort to hear what they think are important to progress their community. And I have done that since being elected. Last term, I was able to represent them one of the 3 years on the committee as the co-chair, and I wish to continue in the first year, this year, to be the co-chair and continue the work that was done in the last term of this committee. I think there's a lot to be done. We've adopted an important strategy, the Marigill strategy, and it's really important that they have someone co-chairing on that committee that has walked the walk with them over time. But I'm very supportive of new councillors moving into this role, and I will only be nominating for this role as co-chair for this year, and will be stepping back and encouraging a fellow councillor that has made the effort and time
into this community in this year.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors?
Mayor?
Yes.
I suppose just a follow-up question to Councillor Wood, and probably a question for both Councillor Castaldo and Councillor Di Pasquale, but would the two of you be open to an arrangement where Councillor Castaldo chaired for 1 year and then Councillor Di Pasquale chaired for the second year of that committee?
If that's through me, yeah, thank you. I see that, so many councils ago, the First Nations Committee used to be the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Committee, and it was very pivotal on bringing information to the councillor group with regards to the decisions we were making. And then for some reason, attendance started to fall and the conversation started to get probably off topic. I'm not sure exactly what was happening at that time. But what I see now is that if I'm afraid that possibly going forward, there'll be a continued underrepresentation within the First Nations Committee. Because I see that with regards to the available positions, there were 15 available positions for this committee, and there were 10 applicants. And of those 10 applicants, 9 of those positions are proposed to be filled this evening. Now, this is the only committee that we're discussing this evening that has such a, the other committees have 12 available positions. Like, for example, the Environment and Climate Action Advisory Committee, which formerly was BAC, there are 12 available positions. The number of applicants are 27, and there will be all 12 filled. So all the committees are going to be filled, bar this one. So I think the representation is already there. It needs to be changed. We need to be looking at what needs to be done differently. Now, firstly, being a health professional, I can offer a platform through this committee to where community members and organisations who support First Nation residents and visitors are involved and cared for through this committee. And I think it's very important that not only the members who are on this committee, but their extended representation of who they represent are to be spoken to and brought into this committee as well. So I think if I was to say I would stand down and go next year, I hazard that I would be picking up the same issue next year. That there'd be underrepresentation, we'd be looking for new people to possibly come on. I'd be trying to find out who it is in the community that we're getting representation and speaking to. I'm not willing to do that. I want to put my hand forward now and fix the problem right now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Di Pasquale. Are there any more questions? You have a question? Oh, sorry, and a response to the other question.
Yeah, look, I'd only like to nominate myself for this year. I know there are other councillors that feel passionately and would like to walk with our First Nations community and partner with them in a very considered way. And I wouldn't like to write off their opportunities next year to do that by locking in a second term this evening. So I think we should only vote on tonight's representative. And next time, I will only be supporting someone that makes the effort, walks with, and in partnership with our First Nations community to take a leadership role in a committee as well.
So now we're going to go to the vote, councillors. So on my list, no? Another question?
Okay, so with the process, I just want to confirm we go to the vote now for one or the other. And is it for the 2 years or the 1 year?
Through you, Mayor, the appointment, as per the papers, is up until the 18th of November 2025.
Right, okay, that's what I read. I'm just hearing something different.
Sorry, 26.
Okay. But that's okay, but I'm still hearing I'm hearing that if Councillor Castaldo were voted in, he therefore is sitting in for the 2 years? No. So he's saying no. So we've got two different things here. We've got Councillor Peter, if Councillor Peter wins the vote, however way it goes, we have a delegate, we have the substitute, and we have the delegate for 1 year.
Okay.
If Councillor Mark achieves the vote, it's for 2 years.
Understood.
Is that correct?
Yeah. So just to clarify,
No.
the committees run until 2026 because we will only get one meeting in. If we vote upon this tonight, because some are quarterly, some are bi-monthly, we'll get one meeting in this year, and then the duration of the term will be for next year. So could that be clarified, Director Tobacco?
Yes, through you, Mayor, that's correct.
So I vote for all in favour of Councillor Castaldo as he's written on my list first. 1, 2, it is carried. Okay, so now we have to vote for all of the committees. So now we're moving the motion. So could I please have a councillor move the motion? Moved, Councillor Curry. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Champion. Thank you. Linda, to read out the names of the committees, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So for the First Nations Advisory Committee, the Councillor Delegate Co-Chair will be Councillor Peter Castaldo, the Councillor Substitute, Councillor Mary O'Kane. For the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, Councillor Delegate Councillor Alicia Curry, Councillor Substitute, Councillor Alison Champion. For Connected Communities Advisory Committee, Councillor Delegate Councillor Mary O'Kane, Councillor Substitute, Councillor Elizabeth Neely. For the Environment and Climate Action Advisory Committee, Councillor Delegate Councillor Mark Di Pasquale, Councillor Substitute Councillor Peter Castaldo. And for the Sustainable Living Advisory Committee, Councillor Delegate Councillor Alida McKern and Councillor Substitute Councillor Rick Grotti. Thank you.
Do I have a mover for those? Moved, Councillor Grotti, seconded, Councillor Champion. Does the mover wish to speak? Does the seconder wish to speak? Does any other councillor? Councillor Di Pasquale.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, just restating once again with regards to my involvement in the, or potential involvement in the First Nation Advisory Committee, was such that for those who have contacted me from the community and encouraged me to be the delegate on that committee, I can assure them that I will be attending all the meetings and helping in any way I can. And yeah, I do also possibly encourage councillors possibly to go back and have a bit of a think about why the committees were originally implemented in the first place and why we've reviewed them in total, all of them. Because unless, so we need to, you know, we were that far away from even throwing on the table getting rid of all our committees because as I had said in previous term that the number of recommendations coming up to our council meetings were not happening. They were not coming up with recommendations. So what was coming up was that committees were coming up with a recommendation, and when they did come up with a recommendation, they were expecting that that was going to be adopted, and that was it. And any voice against that from the council was really not looked on favourably, and that's a big problem, because we are the elected representatives for this community. They are not. Okay, they're put there by a process of nomination. Officers will go through their nomination and see whether they're appropriate, but they're not elected by the community, so they shouldn't be making decisions on behalf of the community. We're the ones who make the decisions. So when we fall into a situation where we feel like we are strong-armed into capitulating with regards to their recommendations, that becomes a big community problem. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Does any other councillor wish to speak?
Yes, Mayor, there was going to be, I believe, an alternate recommendation here that came from another item on tonight's agenda, and it was going to be referred to this item here. I don't actually see it up on the screen.
Well, we've already moved it, councillor, so we'll have to vote on this. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Curry.
Thanks, Jerry. Very quickly, given it's so late this evening, it shows the commitment that we had a number of councillors put their hand forward. I think it's incumbent on every councillor to visit every committee at least once. I think we'd like to see councillors turn up. I've really got a commitment to all of the committees, even the ones that I'm not currently on. I will be attending as many as possible because this is a golden opportunity to get more community input and help focus us on delivering our plan. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Does any other councillor wish to speak?
Yep. Yes, I will speak. Yes, apologies that there was going to be an alternate recommendation, and it reflected these advisory committees. And one of the points that was brought up by the councillor group in the last term of council about recommendations coming through to the councillor group. These advisory committees, as we've heard from fellow colleagues tonight, are actually quite an important resource for council. They involve expertise in our community, whose aim it is to understand council strategies and to have input into those strategies and to feed up recommendations through to the councillor group that would contribute to council's decision-making process. And we need to see these groups encouraged to make recommendations. It's considered that there perhaps wasn't enough recommendations made by the advisory groups in the last term of council. So we'd like to see more participation and more consideration of recommendations coming through to the council chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKern. Councillor Castaldo.
I'd just like to say that I'm really happy to see these committees come back together again. They're a really important way for council officers, councillors and the community to be in dialogue around many important subjects that aren't just for those people but for the broader community. And there's many ways that we receive benefit from these committees. It's when officers go away after a committee meeting and consider new information being presented to them from the community participants. It's when councillors rethink something because they've now heard something that helps inform them better on the subject matter. And it helps our committee members from our residents to really consider some of the broader and bigger issues that they need to consider their ideas in the bigger context of council. So I think, and it gives them confidence that council's moving forward or not. Now, I'm also with Councillor Mark de Pasquale in that maybe recommendations formally to council aren't necessarily the best method. It's often soft diplomacy or soft participation, hearing the views and voices of our community that permeates to everyone that's a participant in that committee that makes the greater impact. And so that's why I value these committees and I continue to attend them as much as I can. And I really do welcome Councillor de Pasquale for his commitment to participating in the First Nations Committee this year.
I must say, this item is about appointment of council delegates to committees, and I feel I've allowed a few things tonight that maybe I shouldn't have, but we need to make sure that we're sticking to talking to the item, which was just to appoint council delegates. And there's a few things that's been said around the table that I need more clarification on, and I will be speaking to councillors individually on this. But this is about, you know, a really good representation of councillors across all of us, putting our hands up and spreading our expertise, backgrounds, knowledge onto these committees. But we are there also to listen. That is also a major part of that. I put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried. Item 4.4, the impact of the introduction of the Emergency Services and Volunteer Fund levy. There is one speaker on this item. Jai Sanford will address council in person and is speaking against the recommendation. Thank you, Jai.
Thanks, councillors. I want to be very clear from the outset that I strongly support a well-resourced frontline emergency service system, and I know that our community does too. The issue with the levy as it stands isn't actually the existence of it, it's how it's been implemented and the burden it places on the very people who are already doing it tough. Pensioners, concession card holders and other low-income earners. The pensioner concession has been frozen at $50 while the levy itself has been increased significantly. This simply reduces the support for our most vulnerable. The recommendation, I think, sends the wrong message. We should instead call on the Treasurer, relevant ministers and our local members, and some do overlap, to raise the concession cap, introduce deferral schemes and build in proper hardship supports, and make it more about those needing support, not the opposition to a legislation that is objectively positive for our community. The insurance that there is a clear communication to residents that it is a state tax is very important, a state levy, that is very important. The idea that ratepayers can understand the levy is a state levy and not a council charge is imperative for people to know where to go for help and who to provide feedback to. This is a chance to lead with empathy and advocacy, and we can support the principle of strong emergency services while pushing for fairness of our community. And I think it's really important to note that the legislation does not set the charge, the Treasurer does, and that's where our advocacy should be in. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Jai. I have a motion. There's a different motion. Can we have a look? Combined motion from my fellow councillors. Surprising. For full support. Who's moving?
I'm happy to move.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Could you please take us through it, Councillor Garotti?
Yeah. Okay. So one, the council notes its full support for a well-researched, resourced Emergency Services and Volunteers Fund to sustain the CFA, FRV, SES and other frontline responders. Point 2 as is, but with an extension after Banyule ratepayers to say that in particular pensioners and concession card holders, low-income households and other ratepayers facing financial hardship. Point 3, writing to the Treasurer, Honourable Jacqueline Symes MP, and the Minister for Emergency Services, the Honourable Vicky Ward MP, expressing Council's concerns with the introduction of the Emergency Services and Volunteers Fund levy and the impact on Banyule ratepayers, calling on them to increase the pension concession rebate above the $50 per annum, develop and fund broader financial hardship support measures for all other vulnerable residents, remove the requirement for councils to collect the levy, and for the government, the state government, to write to all Banyule ratepayers with the rationale behind their charge and increases. 4, write to the Honourable Colin Brooks MP, State Member for Bundoora, and the Honourable Anthony Carbines MP, State Member for Ivanhoe, requesting they advocate on behalf of their constituents for the removal of the levy. 5 as is, just with the correction that the valuation notices are for the 2025-26 financial year. 6 as is with a clarification that we highlight the amounts levied on behalf of the Victorian Government, not Council, on annual rates and valuation notices to be issued in the July to August 2025 period, and point 7 as is. So moved, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I might just request the mover to adjust point 4 to the removal of the levy from the Banyule Council rates. We're not asking for a removal of the levy in its entirety.
For the removal of the levy, yep, I'm happy with that amendment.
Thank you.
Of the levy from
Banyule Council.
From council rates. Yep.
Do I have a seconder?
Yes.
Seconded, Councillor Curry. Does the mover wish to speak?
Yeah, look, you know, we've worked together as a group of councillors to incorporate amendments to officer recommendation. We've taken on board feedback provided by Jai Sanford, and we thank Jai for Jai's contribution. Yeah, look, this is a challenging one. I think we all do want our state government services to be properly funded and resourced, but we also recognise that the increases as proposed are significant for our community, and we're concerned as well about council or councils becoming an increasing vehicle for state government taxation collection. The state government has its own land tax, as an example, is levied directly by the State Revenue Office. And we think it's an important principle that governments that levy a tax or a rate are the ones that go and collect it from the community, so that there is a clear understanding from the community around who is collecting the tax or rate and where it's going. And we're concerned about a possible trend here of state government outsourcing that responsibility to councils and leading to confusion amongst our community around where their rates are going. So we're hopeful with the amended recommendation that we've put forward tonight that we want to engage respectfully with state government to say, clean this up. Be transparent, be honest. If you want to put a levy to constituents to fund a service, do it yourselves and be honest and upfront about it. And while doing so, make sure that the most vulnerable in our community, pensions, concession card holders, those on the disability pension, make sure that they're protected in the process. Make sure that they're not even burdened even more through the cost of living crisis that we're all facing at the moment. So we're hopeful that these raft of amendments achieve that principle, and I'm happy to be moving it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Does the seconder wish to speak?
Thanks. I think Councillor Garotti pretty much summed it up. So the only addition I have to make is that the Mayor and I attended the MAV State Council to vote on motions, and this was one of the motions that came up at the time. So we're reflecting a lot of what we're voting on at the moment is reflecting what went through on the MAV, and including point 1, request the state government to provide a statement of reasons for changes to the fire services levy resulting in a rise in charges from residents from 1st of July 2025. And while funding for the emergency services is essential, the collection of the emergency services and volunteer fund places an unfair burden on local governments, and we call on the state government to review the timeframes, funding and support provided to ensure a fair and sustainable approach to the implementation of this statewide tax. There's 2 more points, but we voted for this motion. We supported this, and we're following up with an official vote from Council this evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Castaldo.
Yeah, this is a complicated one for me, and while I acknowledge there's a lot of good to this that I support, I'll be foreshadowing an alternative recommendation that speaks to what I think is council remit on this subject.
I don't believe it's our role in local government to take a position on the taxation that is put forward from our federal or state governments. This is not our role to be advising on how they should do their taxation. That is a conversation between that level of government and the community. But there is a complexity here in that we are the collecting agent for the state government, which is misleading and does not meet the state government's obligations, in my view. And in this case, the State Revenue Office is more an appropriate organisation to be writing to all people that need to pay the tax that this state government decided. So I feel that I should not be voting on this, and I'll abstain from this, but I'll be putting forward another motion that I asked for earlier. I haven't seen it yet, but I'll need to work on it with officers if this doesn't get supported. But it is not our role of local government to decide what our federal and state government's taxes are, in my view.
Thank you, Councillor. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Champion.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to add one more group of people to the speakers list. They're not in Banyule. They're in lots of other parts of Victoria. They're our primary producers. And our primary producers have actually been hit devastatingly hard by this announcement. In our roles, we have the privilege of speaking with many, many people. And last month, at the end of last month, I had the privilege of sitting next to one of our Australian farmers from Warrnambool. And his community, many of his community run dairy farms. And he let me know, not long after the announcement of the Emergency Service and Volunteers Fund Levy, that several of his community, his primary producers, his farmers actually suicided with the thought of the additional financial burden on their households. I appreciate we are not voting on that tonight. I appreciate we are voting on how this impacts Banyule and our community, and I do certainly appreciate this item being brought forward tonight. But I'll leave you with this. The farmer I spoke with said, watch your milk supply out of the supermarket diminish considerably in 4 to 6 weeks, because that's what's going to be happening as a result of this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Champion. Does any other councillor wish to speak? I'm also happy to support this motion as it does add pressure for Banyule residents. I'll put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried. Okay. We've got general business. We have on my list, public question, no. General business, yep. 2 items from the Deputy Mayor, 1 from Councillor De Pasquale and 1 from Councillor McKern. So we'll start with the Deputy Mayor.
Darebin DCMC or Darebin Creek Management Committee, in partnership with a number of other organisations, were able to receive $1 million funding to increase the habitat and biodiversity values of the Darebin Creek. And it was celebrated with a large number of people down by the creek. Councillor Mary O'Kane was also present on that occasion. And it was a wonderful day to look at some of the biodiversity that we had in our past. A number of fish were brought down to the location that used to reside in our creek. There's a long way to go into restoring our biodiversity, and there's a lot of things that we can do. And I just want to acknowledge the significant work by many partners with the Microsoft Fund to get that funding into Banyule on our border. So just would like to acknowledge them for that. I'm not sure what my other items were, but...
You had 1 more?
Yeah.
I've got 2 here.
If we go around the others.
Okay, Councillor De Pasquale.
finished, Councillor?
Not quite, not quite.
We'll get your thoughts together. I'd like to, it was a pleasure being poolside, engaging with swimmers, parents and water polo members and volunteers with the 2025 DVE Swimathon that was held on Saturday the 31st of May. There were 74 swimmers who took part. Together they completed a record-breaking 18,908 laps over 450 kilometres in just 12 hours. There was over $7,000 raised for Berry Street. And some standout efforts include Zoe McCauley, who did 1,000 laps, Evie Anderson, 724 laps, Lily Macklin, 714 laps, Roland Van Uschot, 850 laps, who's also a life member of the DVE club. Dozens of swimmers set personal bests and stayed in the water far longer than planned, buoyed by incredible atmosphere. Congratulations to Lee Anderson and the rest of the DVE committee and everyone associated with the club. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Di Pasquale. Councillor McKern.
I wish to publicly announce my resignation from the Australian Greens Victoria. During my 6 years of membership, I believe there has been a shift in party values and priorities, a shift that no longer aligns with the priorities I committed to campaign for and represent when I ran for council. That said, I wish to genuinely thank members of the Greens who have supported me, primarily so during my first few years of membership. And I want to reassure our Banyule community and the Chelsworth residents who voted for me that the priorities you elected me on, planning, environment and community engagement, will hold strong. I will continue to serve you as an independent councillor. Thank you. And just on another note, I want to just congratulate Sustainable Community Ivanhoe for a second very successful home produce swap that was held on Saturday the 14th of June. They are the most wonderful way to informally connect with community and minimise waste of excess homegrown produce. Upcoming swaps in Banyule on Saturday the 28th of June at 10 a.m. We have one at Heidelberg Food Swap at St John's Riverside Community Garden, St John's Anglican Church in Heidelberg. Saturday the 5th of July at 10 a.m, the Heidelberg West Food Swap at Olympic Village. And on Saturday the 12th of July, 10:30 a.m, the Ivanhoe Home Produce Swap at Ivanhoe Library in the cafe area. It'll be the third one for Ivanhoe, and it'll also represent the end of the trial. Hopefully, it'll be deemed good enough to continue because it has been very exciting. I'm also hoping that in the future we might see one at Greenwood Farm. So lots to look forward to in relation to the urban food strategy, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councillor McKern. And your last item, Councillor Castaldo.
Yeah, just quickly, that the Urban Forest Community Forum was hosted on Saturday just past. It's an important part of making sure we deliver on our commitment to the urban forest strategy. And there was an important number that was noted on that occasion, that the starting point of canopy cover across Banyule was at 28%, it was believed. This is something we need to continue to build on, but these community forums will be an ongoing part of our commitment to the urban forest strategy, and we welcome the participation of our residents to hold us to account at these going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Castaldo. We move to public questions. We have 3 public questions, and if any member of the public is in the gallery who've submitted the question, they're welcome to approach the lectern to ask. And if they're not here this evening, it will be provided in the minutes. So the first question I've got here is from Brendan. Pronunciation of Bush, I think your surname is, from Heidelberg West. Is Brendan here? No? Okay, we'll move on to the next question. The second question is from David Mulholland. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Mayor. As a now retired local environmental consultant for over 30 years, I have a particular interest in all things environment in this city. My question relates to, if I can find it, 1 second. Right. In 2019, Council declared a climate emergency. As part of this program, Council committed to being a carbon neutral organisation by 2028 without using carbon credits as an offset, and a carbon neutral community by 2040. My question is, as we are now 3 years from Council reaching its goal to achieve a carbon neutral organisation status by 2028, can Council report, based on the baseline measurement in 2019, what percentage it has reduced its carbon footprint and what it now needs to do to achieve its goal by 2028 and likely expenditure to achieve this? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and it will be answered by Director Swan.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Since adopting its carbon neutral target, Council has reduced its total emissions by approximately 60% from baseline levels. Initiatives that have led to this reduction include eliminating all electricity emissions by purchasing 100% green power, electrifying most council-owned public facilities, and transitioning our passenger fleet vehicles to electric. To achieve the target, Council will need to electrify the remaining facilities, including aquatic centres, transition all operational vehicles and heavy machinery to electric, and work with our supply chain to reduce emissions that are generated to supply goods and services to Council. Electrification of Watermark is supported by a significant $2.37 million grant from the federal government. Council is currently redeveloping its corporate emissions reduction plan, which will outline the pathway to achieving our emissions target, along with any financial considerations. We anticipate a draft plan to be presented to Council for consideration this year.
Thank you. Our next question is from Jane Crone of Eaglemont. Thank you, Jane.
My question relates to the Banyule banner, which I only got a couple of days ago, very late, finishing touches for East Ivanhoe. So what is the complete cost, including government and any additional council funding of the East Ivanhoe Village shopping precinct upgrade? That includes rectification of the Wilford Road corner and Lower Heidelberg Road due to incorrect road camber work, causing a business to flood, replacement of truck damaged, and I think it might have been a council one, metal garden edge with bluestone on the corner of Lower Heidelberg Road and Burton Crescent, removal and gifting to St George's Church of the new failed planter boxes due to insufficient watering and poor plant choices, many adjustments to the feet spraying drinking fountain, so when you turned it on it sprayed all over your feet, you couldn't get a drink, as well as removal and reinstatement in a better position of an inappropriately moved existing disabled car park. Did council or consultants design and carry the work out that took months to complete and badly disrupted the area and businesses?
Thank you for your question, Jane, and the response will be from Director Bennett.
Thank you for the question. The overall project budget for the East Ivanhoe Shopping Centre upgrade was $2.59 million and is fully funded by Council. Total expenditure is estimated at approximately $1.9 million, with the last elements of the project currently being wrapped up. This excludes earlier works undertaken during COVID, which were funded by the state government, whilst the specific costs of these works at East Ivanhoe were not reported separately. 3 parklets were created across Banyule at a cost of approximately $97,000 to support the outdoor eating entertainment program. The design of East Ivanhoe Village shopping precinct upgrade was undertaken by both council officers and external consultants. Community feedback was sought throughout the project and development phases by way of working groups, surveys, consultation pieces, and were outlined and also in person. We're online and also in person. During the development and delivery of the project, the local trade association were consulted to understand their concern about the project and to explore ways to minimise the impact of construction. This resulted in a staged approach to the works which increased overall construction time but minimised impacts to individual shops. Works directly in front of shops were undertaken predominantly at night and scheduled to avoid peak trade periods such as Christmas, trading periods, etc. Officers are happy to meet with the resident to go through further detail if required.
Thank you. Okay. I'm now moving to the closure of the meeting. So the next ordinary meeting of council will be held on Monday the 14th of July 2025, and in accordance with section 66(2)(a) of the Local Government Act 2020, the meeting will now be closed to members of the public for the consideration of 3 confidential matters. 11.1 Commonwealth Aged Care Reforms Update. So the information contained in this council report is designated as confidential in accordance with section 31A(FG) of the Local Government Act 2020, as it contains confidential information relating to council business information, being information that would prejudice the council's position in commercial negotiations if prematurely released, and personal information being information which, if released, would result in an unreasonable disclosure of information about any person or their personal affairs. So, and also private commercial information being information provided by a business, commercial or financial undertaking that relates to trade secrets or, if released, would unreasonably expose the business, commercial or financial undertaking to disadvantage. So that's very comprehensive. The next one is 11.2 VCAT compulsory conference outcome of 3 Waverley Avenue, Ivanhoe. So the information contained in this council report is designated as confidential information in accordance with section 31E of the Local Government Act 2020, as it contains confidential information relating to legal privileged information, being information to which legal, professional privilege or client legal privilege applies. And thank you for your patience. And the last one is 11.3 proposed strategic property acquisition. So the information is designated as confidential in accordance with section 3(1)(g) of the Local Government Act 2020, as it contains confidential information relating to private commercial information. Information being provided by a business, commercial or financial undertaking that relates also to trade secrets, or if released would unreasonably expose the business, commercial or financial undertaking. So can I please have a councillor to move and second to close the meeting to the public? Moved, councillor Curry, seconded councillor O'Kane. Put the motion to a vote. All those in favour? The motion is carried. So the next meeting, as I said before, is on the 14th of July. I now close the meeting to the public at 11:12 p.m. and thank you for your attendance.